of State, speaking after a church service held at the house on the hill, pledged to ensure the staff have adequate space for prayers. In his statement, the president defended the church's construction, which he had initially pledged to foot the cost of the upgrade. He at the same time noted that the country is on course after his administration injected reforms in key sectors.
Sikujua ya kwamba nitafika hapa leo, lakini Mungu mwenyewe amenichochea asubuhi leo akaniambia nije hapa. Na tukiwa hapa katika State House, Mungu atatupatia neema pia tupate mahali pengine ambayo tutapata nafasi ya kuabudu bila ya watu wengine kukaa nje. Na I'm confident that God is going to make provision for us to have a place where we can worship God in this compound.
He at the same time noted that the country is on course after his administration injected reforms in key sectors such as health, education and agriculture.
Tunaona mkono wa Bwana katika kila jambo tunafanya katika taifa letu. Masomo ya watoto wetu, mipango ya afya ya taifa letu, mipango ya ajira, nyumba na zile zingine zote.
And his statement to upgrade the church comes in the wake of a High Court ruling in August temporarily suspending the constructing of a permanent church within the precincts of State House Nairobi or any other state lodge, pending the determination of a petition challenging the move. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has linked delays in apprehending suspects behind the killing of lawyer Kyalo Mbombu to the absence of CCTV cameras along Magadi Road, where the fatal shooting occurred. Murkomen condemned the murder, noting that unlike in the case of slain MP Ongondo Were, where CCTV footage captured suspects trailing him, detectives have found little to work with in Mbombu's case. The Interior CS, however, expressed optimism, saying investigators have gathered valuable leads from people close to the lawyer.
It's not easy because it was in an area that, unlike the one for Ngondowere, which was very fast, it was because the area where the issue happened was around a place where there were no, CCTV cameras. Because he's a lawyer, of course, the first thing that comes to mind is to think through whether someone was exerting some revenge or attack by virtue of his professional duties. And of course you look at other motives. So the DCI has interviewed a number of people who are close to him in his workplace, family, and then reviewing various information.
Meanwhile, 3 individuals who had been held as persons of interest in the murder, George Wainaina, Eric Muhia, Paul Mbugwa, were released on Saturday night. Mbumbu was shot 8 times by unidentified gunmen who later escaped on a motorcycle. Nearly a week later, no arrests have been made. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua now says he is the one who can remove President William Ruto from office. Speaking in Nyeri County, Gachagua said his main agenda is to restore the dignity of this nation as it did to the late Mwai Kibaki.
Why does Rigathi Gachagua want to be president? I don't want to promise you lies that I'll build roads, I'll build dams, I'll connect electricity. Those are lies. The country is almost broke. We have a debt of 12 trillion. So telling people I'll do this, I'll do that, ni uongo. If Kenyans elect me as president, Mungu akikubali, I don't want to promise lies to the people of Kenya. I want to do only one thing, to restore the Kenyan state to where Mwai Kibaki left us.
Kiambu Senator Karungu Wathangwa, on his part, has condemned the attack on DCP political rallies, saying they are funded by the government.
Si mambo ndio hayo, sababu ukiangalia nani gari zake zinapigwa na mawe ni Rigathi, si ndio? Nani alikimbishwa kule Nyeri, kule Lemuru na Wakora ni Rigathi. Nani alipigwa akitoka airport ni Rigathi. Hao wengine hawapigwi. Hiyo ni kuoneshana mwanaume ndo huyu. Wanaogopa Rigiji. Si mambo ndio hayo. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Well, that's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM Kisumu. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody is human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you. I'm just making up things as I go.
In other words, we're testing.
Yeah. That's not sounding myself. But now I can hear myself better. How are you? Good morning.
I'm good. Good morning.
Good? Good. Fantastic. Good to see you. I feel like I've not seen you in a minute.
I know, it's been a minute.
Where iko salama lakini?
Salama, the weekend was busy. Just trying to catch up.
Okay, that's good. Getting into, today is the what? 15th. It's the 15th. We're right in the middle of the month of September.
Working Asia.
Yep. And it's a 30-day month, so, you know, on the 15th, we're right in the middle of it, and we're getting into things this morning.
Does that one extra day really matter? 30, 31? It's hard to follow. It does,
How many things can happen in a day, my friend?
24 hours, eh?
Yeah, 24 hours is a very long
like
time.
The weekend had a lot of stuff going on.
24 hours is a very long time. Just ask Jack Bauer.
Your age is showing. 24. Oh my God.
I know.
Those were the days when you used to have the best series ever.
I know.
Breaking Bad.
What?
24. You've watched Breaking Bad?
I never watched Breaking Bad.
Why?
I just didn't find it appealing. I watched like 3 minutes.
That was episode what? When you made that judgment?
1.
Episode 1 and you made that judgment?
Into 3 minutes. And I
you
was
have
like,
no idea what you've
on
missed.
earth? Really?
You have no idea.
Seriously?
I've watched it 4 times.
Is it binge-worthy?
Binge-worthy?
Yeah.
You will not sleep.
Seriously?
Yes.
So I need to go do that today.
I mean, I'm telling you, I've watched it 4 times. Like, I know the whole storyline from beginning to end. But then I rewatch it again.
Is it good or is it like dumb?
And
like
each time I watch it, there's something different.
Is it like sci-fi? I don't do sci-fi.
It's not sci-fi.
Okay. Really?
You just go watch. Why should I even tell you? Breaking Bad, just go watch it. Then when you're done, go watch Better Call Saul.
That's another one. I was like, oh God. I watched the first few minutes of the first episode, and I was like, oh Lord, what is this?
Well, the filming style is not fast-paced as what you'd expect with so many other, and that's the thing that makes it very, very interesting. The characters, the script writing, one of the best series.
Okay.
So, in Nigeria over the weekend,
Tell me.
there was a woman who was trying to break the Guinness World Records.
Almost she broke it all.
She didn't.
Who has
Did
ever cooked 500 kiniko of jollof rice?
I saw that image.
200 bags of jollof rice.
Wait, the thing broke, right?
When they were trying to weigh it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So did she break the record?
In terms of the amounts and all of that, this is the problem, and I keep saying, entrepreneurs, especially those of us in Africa, you have to be ready at all times to get the limelight. That everything you do, every single detail has to be taken into consideration, because you never know when the world is watching. In this case, the engineers of the kiniko, the pots.
Did you just call them engineers?
I mean, what they were engineers now. They're not wearing hard hats.
The people who made the pots, they're called engineers now.
There was a crane. There were cranes.
Okay.
There were people with their pickup and everything. The thing broke. So all of those things should have been taken into consideration. That this
poor workmanship.
That's the
Or
problem.
going for cheap things.
This is my problem. You can imagine Hilda Bassi comes out. She does a fantastic job. She's a fantastic chef. She has all of these things into consideration. How many cartons of meat and fish? How many gallons of oil? How many bags of rice?
I wrote it down. 4,000 kilos of rice. 500 cartons of tomato paste. 6,000 kilograms of onions. 168 kilograms of goat meat. Cooked in a 23,000 liter pot.
That's right.
And they couldn't just get the
measurement of the pulley.
think of the weight.
Exactly.
Just think of the weight.
That's all she asked. Everything else she did well, but now this one to wait so that she could actually get there is a problem.
So she didn't break the record.
Well, we'll see. They said that it's not that they're going to talk to her. Is it today? Today is Monday. Yeah. Let's see. But it was worth.
But it has stolen the thunder from her.
Unfortunately.
Whether they give it to her or not, it's too late.
Yeah.
It will be let's show some sympathy to this lady. And
she did a fantastic job, though. And then it was food enough for 20,000 people.
20,000, that's a lot of people.
20,000 people, and each got I think, and probably there's a lot left over, but everybody got some jollof rice, so hey.
I'm just curious, do people get money when they break these records?
No.
Or is it just prestige?
It's
like you're in the
recognition.
records?
But imagine that are we not talking about her now?
Yes, we are, but then what value does it add?
Well, I mean, what value does...
Like I've watched videos of Guinness World Records, there's some very weird things. They go in there.
I know.
Like records for crazy things.
There's a record for a guy who
Uh-huh.
can lick his eye with his tongue.
And that's a record.
Imagine. I know you want to do it. I know you want to do it right
I can't. My tongue can't even get here. Anyway, such is life.
That was what was happening in Nigeria over the weekend. Everybody stopped to see. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see, but that was fun. She's tried something before where she was cooking, I don't know how many meals over, I don't know how many hours.
Oh, she's the same person.
It's Hilda Bassi, yeah, that's her.
Okay.
Yeah,
She's really trying to get her name up there.
Yeah, she is.
Good for her.
She
Some Kenyan will come up with something.
I know, cook, I know, 1,000 kilograms.
But if it doesn't have money,
Pilau.
Kenya.
If it doesn't have money, Kenyans won't do it. Okay. Yeah.
A name must come with some money.
True.
Yeah.
True.
But your weekend was good?
My weekend was okay.
All right.
The World Athletic Championships kicked off in Tokyo on Saturday, so you can imagine what I'm going to be doing for the next 2 weeks.
Binge athletics.
I tell you properly. So it's gonna be fun. Next 10 days or so.
Okay.
Let's see who's gonna break those records. You had already Kenyan winning gold, world champion in the 1500 steeplechase. Oh no, was it? Just a minute. I'll look into that in just a minute. But there was already a gold record we've seen. No, actually, it was so we saw the marathon yesterday. Actually, was won by Perez Jepchirchir. She beat out longtime rival Ethiopia.
Okay.
It was Tigst Asefa in that race. It was thrilling to watch. Actually, they came towards the end of that sprint, and Kenya edged out Ethiopia in this case. And those are some of the things that we are seeing. And so it was a sporting weekend for me.
Incredible wins.
Yeah, it was great. It was great.
I only watched the highlights.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had a very, very busy weekend.
We shall see you.
Yeah. Next tweet, watch Breaking Bad, please.
Yeah, somebody's saying, Ndu, it is borderline criminal not to have watched Breaking Bad. Something tells me I share the same taste with Okari. Better Call Saul is another banger. Another banger. Baby, calm down. Calm down. Okay, sorry. So, okay, I'll look. Today, I promise, I'll start watching it, at least today.
Don't judge it with the first episode, I'm telling you.
Oh, really?
It builds.
Okay.
You need to understand the mind of the executive director and the directors, what they're trying to achieve.
Okay.
So it's not fast-paced, and there's a reason for that. The story really builds. So why somebody should actually not give you a spoiler alert.
Okay, don't spoil it for me.
Yes.
But okay, I'm really not into delayed gratification. But okay,
I wish I'd not watched it so that I can watch it afresh.
Seriously, and you've watched it 4 times, and you wish you've never.
House of Cards, I've done it.
House of Cards
2 times.
House of Cards, I've watched that. I mean,
House of Cards 2 times. They don't make series like that anymore.
Sadly, no.
Yeah, they don't. The storylines are just incredible.
Okay, well, now has something to do with the week. EVE, now when you call me and you hear that I'm in the duvet, it is Okari's fault, because now he has given me something else to do in the duvet. Speaking of which, how are you, EVE? Lovely lady, good morning. I'm even seeing Joylene over there. Good morning, hello. Frank is somewhere there, I can see him as well. Wave Bwana. Hey, Frank. You know I will not stop at bus. And Christine, not feeling too well this morning, but she's making things roll in the background. So shout out to everybody as we get this show on the road. Karibuni Sana. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Bang on the 15th of September. And getting into a number of conversations this morning. Let's let you know what that is. Our live streams are up on Facebook, YouTube, and on X. And our audience on KTN this morning. Good morning, everybody. And let's get into it today, shall we? All right. So did you know that the lawyers... The legal fraternity on Friday had a peaceful protest against the killing of lawyers and legal professionals. And LSK President Faith Odhiambo was leading in that. And they made their march all the way from the Milimani Law Court to Vigilance House, where they basically said, stop killing us. And it's interesting to see that we saw news later on in the day that Faith Odhiambo and Erongo Houghton have actually removed themselves or declined to take the positions at the compensation committee. Now, I don't know if it's fake news or if that's actually the case, but we'll find out and see if they're going to stay on that. Conversations that we shall be having this morning go thus. Hey, can you imagine? Go thus. We'll talk this morning at 7 o'clock, and we'll be reflecting the state of democracy in Kenya. Martha Wamboi is a lawyer and founder of She's a Freak Hub, and Jackson Obara is the Forum CIV regional manager for Eastern Southern Africa. They join us at 7 o'clock for that conversation. Democracy. I'm just going to tell you right now that I'm going to be of the opinion that it's about time that a lot of nations, especially African nations, start to redefine what democracy is. And that shouldn't be one size fits all democracy, that you can actually define it for yourself. The way they defined it and said, this is now what democracy is the way you should also be able to define it and say, look, we've tried your way, it doesn't fit. How about we do it short sleeve, long sleeve, without a collar, with a long tail? Look.
Try something
else, and don't try to fit into something that just doesn't fit. Wooing the mountain. People in Muranga over the weekend were told, come baby, come down. People in Muranga said, what? Buy me a drink first. So that's what it seems to look like. Muranga is the girl that is being wooed by the politico of the day. And Muranga says, we have the numbers. What are you giving? Basically, that's what they're saying. They're standing in the corner saying, you like my what?
Yeah.
Even this one likes me too, so that's what Muranga is saying right now.
So this is after Kiambu played hard to get.
So now Muranga is playing harder to get and say 344,000 hapo ndio tuko, and it can sway things properly. So, unanipeleka wapi? That's what Muranga is saying. Wooing the mountain. Muranga's the girl that you want to get on a date. And Muranga is saying, what do you have for me? Everybody wants to talk to Muranga this morning. John Goge Kibaya is the MCA for Gatanga Ward. Chefman Isaac Joroge is the MCA for Kahumbu Ward. They'll join us at 8 o'clock. And we'll be talking about what's going on in the mountain and whether the Muranga edition of this romance is actually going to give it up. That's what we'll be talking about at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we're all going to talk, aren't we? We're going to talk about things, what's on your chest. We're going to bring it out this morning. Necessary for us to have conversations. Don't keep it in. We'll let you know what that is about in a short while. It's 25 minutes after 6 o'clock. Karibuni sana. Sana, and thank you for keeping it here this morning. Mr. Okari, you have proverbs for us?
For the proverb, we're still up north, eh?
Yes, but tunaenda upande gani sasa?
Upande ni kama itakuwa hard. Oh gosh, that weekend was so short.
It was a short weekend, I know.
So short.
Even mtu fulani saying, ala, it was a short weekend. Tumemaliza tayari. So,
kusaidie. Mimi kushangalia yeye. I said I didn't do his homework.
He didn't do enough of his homework? Whoa, what do we do with the seto sasa?
Tumwamshe.
Okay.
I think tamwamsha 7. Tumwambie fanya ile kitu.
Okay.
Ama it's just me.
No, it's not just you. It's not just you.
Yeah. Like I told you, I was just catching up with what was happening last evening. So that weekend was very, very short.
Okay, so wacha nikusaidie.
Okay.
All right.
Good, Mama.
Thanks.
Let's go.
So we're gonna go into Western Africa just a little bit, and there's a country that is it's a strip. It borders Nigeria.
Oh.
No, actually, it doesn't. That's a lie. Actually, yes, no, it's not a lie. It is true. It borders Nigeria, and a lot of the languages, especially at the coast, you also find that language and culture right in Nigeria as well. So the people in this country speak Yoruba, and of course, the crossover from the border to the next one is like it's literally 30 minutes, they were part of a greater kingdom later on that was whittled down to just a strip. You'll find parts of that kingdom still resident in Nigeria, and you also find that like I said, a lot of the languages are the same. They were colonized by the French. I actually lived there for 3 months, just kind of picking up on my French for a while before I went elsewhere. So this country is Benin. That's what you say when you are speaking whatever. But in French, it's Benin. La République du Benin. Many ethnic groups and many languages. It's of course, many proverbs also coming from this country that we resonate with. This is the one that we're going to share with you this morning.
The proverb now.
The proverb.
Okay.
If a child insists that they can swallow an axe, simply hold it for them.
Repeat that proverb again.
If a child insists they can swallow an axe, simply hold it up for them.
How do you interpret that? So if a child insists they want to swallow an axe.
If a child insists they can swallow an axe, simply hold it up for them.
Is this a classic case of overestimating your abilities? Like you think you can actually swallow an axe, but you're not of age to. There is no age where you can swallow an axe, literally. But I think I just think the analogy is, if you find somebody who is overestimating themselves, allow them to boast.
Absolutely.
Allow them to continue boasting. Allow them to say what they want to say. Don't even argue. You know how they say don't argue with a fool?
Yeah.
So you'll find somebody who has this guts to say, okay, you know what, I can do this or I can achieve this. And clearly you can tell that's an overreach. You can't do that.
You can't do it.
But instead of arguing with them, you're like, okay, you know what? I paved the way for you.
Exactly.
Go ahead. You go try it.
Yeah.
You know how in school we used to have this thing growing up. as boys. You know, your hormones are running riot and you're growing and all these changes are happening. And you have this one girl in school who's so pretty, and as boys you're daring each other. And you can look at each other and you're like, guys, we don't have a chance here. We don't stand a chance. You don't have the looks, you don't have the vibe. So you're like, you think you can do it. You know, there's always that stupid bold one who's like, me, I can do it. Okay, you know what? Go try, talk to the girl. Yeah. You go. And then they come back with a heart to break. So the girl is the axe in this case. You go, try and see if you can. So
I also think about like an axe where it would cause harm. So an axe can split a piece of wood, sure, and then it's a tool of trade or tool of purpose.
Yes.
Right? But then also can be a weapon in the hands of somebody. And like, for example, you don't want a child playing with an axe because they could do something, you know. And then you also think about children at the age when they're just starting to explore and discover. They want to go and do things that you, who may see them differently, would appear as though it is dangerous. But they want to do that thing that is dangerous. They keep wanting to go there. They want to go to the ledge. They want to, they want to do that thing that's dangerous. In order for them to learn a lesson, you let them. The likelihood that they might cut themselves, burn themselves, injure themselves is a lesson that they would then remember, hey, hang on, maybe I don't need to go near this dangerous thing. So if you keep crying for something that you know is dangerous, so here it is, and let me allow you to have it. And if you don't hear my words where I'm telling you to stay away from this dangerous thing, then go to it, and perhaps the injury will teach you the lesson, or you will hear from it in a way stronger than hearing my words.
That's interesting. It's the same thing as how you try to advise somebody and they don't want to listen. Maybe you've been through something and you're telling them, look, this is what's going to happen if you try whatever you're thinking of trying. And they insist, you're like, let them try. Wacha wajaribu. You know, the Swahili equivalent is mtoto akililia wembe mpe.
What is that?
Now, in our case, it's not an axe, it's a razor blade. So if a child cries over a razor blade, give that child that razor blade.
Yeah.
So that's the Swahili version for
there you go.
The same.
So the Benin-was.
Yeah. It's just that West Africa, they're a bit exaggerated. You have to go for an axe.
Oh, please. We do
the Swahili decided a razor blade.
Do big or go big or go home. Why razor when you can axe?
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, guys. People are tuning in this morning. I'm also seeing the guys are talking about that Mtoto akililia wembe there. I'm seeing it as well. Okay. Interesting. Our minds are thinking in the same direction. All right, guys, as you tune in this morning, good to have you in the room. Kama kawaida. Let's just say a quick good morning to you as we get into things today, shall we? All right, so tune in this morning and saying hello. Okay. Tuko, yes, we are here. Don't worry. Ndu Okari in the room this morning. A very good morning to you, Robert Toboko, tuned in from Mombasa. Eric Kamini, good morning from Webuye. All right, good morning to you and good to have you here as well. It's good because every day we see names that we've not seen before. And so we're getting more and more folks into the room. So thank you for always joining us. Don Sabo, you said I should ask Okari, is Raul the LCM of Kenya politics? Is he losing his grip?
It's a very interesting question because I had this same conversation with someone over the weekend.
All right.
And I was just, you're just curious. So what do you think is going to happen? And they told me, Dennis, forget about it. Rao doesn't have the same grip he used to have. He can't call for a meeting at, let's say, Kamukunji right now and instruct people to do things in a certain way. That thing is long past. And this is after we were watching. I watched a lot of videos from Nepal. What happened in Nepal?
Yeah.
Have you watched those videos?
Yes, I have.
Oh my goodness. So
it's
it was beyond crazy.
Incredible.
Yes. So that was after watching that, and you're thinking, okay, so whatever is happening around the country, politically speaking, so who has what influence? I was like, Dennis, go to the ground.
Test the waters.
Test the waters. You think things are okay because we're all quiet and it seems like we have peace. Yeah. You wait and see.
What?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
did I give the answer? I think I did.
And it's actually, from what you said, could form the basis for our conversation at 9 o'clock today. Kelvin Kaburo is greeting us. Good morning, tuned in from Kahawa Sukari. I want to know why Kahawa Sukari was called Kahawa Sukari. I'm going to do some research about that. Maybe somebody knows.
There's another kahawa. Kahawa Wendani.
What does Wendani mean?
I don't know, to be honest. I think that should be if somebody knows what these things mean, they should actually write to us.
Please tell us.
I'll just make a comment on YouTube. There's Kahawa Okari, Kahawa Wendani, Kahawa West. I don't know that there's any other kahawa. Yeah, I think I know of those three, but I don't know where they came from. Like, if you try dig names of a lot of the estates and a lot of areas in Nairobi and other parts, even in Mombasa, you'll find very interesting
names. But they have an origin. This is the thing.
They do.
There's something about them, and I want to know about this.
Like Kileleshwa. What is Kileleshwa?
Kileleshwa is actually a Maasai word. Leleshwa, if I'm not wrong. I was told this a while ago. I used to live there. I was told Leleshwa means some in Maasai.
Then somebody added key.
Something. In fact, you know who told me? It was Lina Kai who told me. Actually. I need to remember what it was. But it's a Maasai.
We know Karen is the name of somebody.
Yeah, it was a woman, someone.
Yeah, it's interesting. Karen.
Yeah.
Let's call her Hopeless Ndu.
Exactly. I mean, why not?
So I'm taking an Uber. Where are you going?
Literally. Please tell us, Kahawa Sukari, anybody who knows the origin of that name. I'm really interested in knowing what that is. Dambuk says, Buenos dias, Spice Familia. New day, new week. Hope it rolls with ease indeed. Tuned in from Bama. Okay, good to have you here this morning. Onganyi Malala says, good morning. Blessed new week. Indeed it is. Everybody watching, and this is Rogers Nyange. He's in Voi this morning. Kelvin Kabura wishing us a great week ahead. Asante Sana. Ricardo Mariera is tuned in this morning. Kings and Queens. Peter Chiari is also tuned in, wishing you a blessed week. Sarah Kilonzo is here. Kisa Daniel is tuned in. Mukohu Waere, good morning, Team Spice. Good morning to you. Manpi is also here, tuned in from Austin. Mashari Njeri says he's tuned in from Portland in Oregon and say good morning. Hello, Princess Ndu and Dennis. Has Tallman finished his exam? Bado. Well, actually, he'll be here at the end of this week and we'll see him Monday. He should be done by now, but we have wished him all the best. And he's actually listening. Cindy Dennis. Eric O'War says, good morning. Good morning, Spice, says my prince. Last week, President William Ruto asked why government should pay 15 or 20 shillings for something going for 10 shillings. It's because you don't pay. Huh? That's okay. Tibbs Muge, good morning. Tuned in. Karibu Sana. Duke, good morning. Beautiful people, he says, and a great week ahead. Thank you so much. Christina A, what's happening in NIS? Hey. Gloria Odwoba said it, but people thought she was lying. Even her fellow women dismissed it. Christina, tell us what's happening. Dancy Langat, I can see the security guy to my right, his eyebrows are up, wondering what's happening when he hears NIS. Melbourne, knock, who's there? Stella S, good morning, tuned in. It's 10:15 where you are, and you are hoping to hang on for an hour. Please do, it will be great. The sisters are also here. Good week, all good people. Mutuflani, good morning. You said the weekend was short. Indeed it was. Samantha Minor says, Breaking Bad is slow-paced and picks up from season 2. Unaona sasa. But I'm going to try, I promise. Good morning as you greet yourselves. Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning. Agola, good morning. He says, I love it when Ndu goes into the Nigerian accent. My sister, sometimes it's necessary. Jackson Mugwe, we see you. Good morning. Stella, you people, Omo Abego. Salam alaikum, says Sean Girishik. Alaikum salam. Good morning to you. Morning Spice, tuned in. Kenya increases fuel by 10 shillings and reduces it by 0.7. Yes, that's what we saw. IPRA did that thing, and you're spending about 70 cents less now on fuel. Yay! Laikipia North is where Jackson Mwambogo is. Charles Odwar is tuned in. May the great God guide us through this week. Amen. Peter Gitao is tuned in. Sir Brian Mutego is here. Agnes Kihara tuned in as well. Kimathi, Ubuntu na umoja to you too. We see you. Jamaica beat us like a baby in the 100 meters. It was crazy. Ian Carey, good morning. Tuning from Kikuyu. Charles Ndieka is also tuned in. Keep up the good job you're doing, guys. Thank you so much for keeping us here. You want to cook 500 packets of ugali?
Okay. To break the record.
To break the record of most packets of ugali ever cooked at once. Is it going to come with mboga? Atieno says, good morning. Blessed week ahead. David Mangera is here. Tibbs Muge, we see you. Douglas Kibobogong, Mtoto Alilia Wembe. Yes, we're all seeing that. Antonina Keheka, good morning to you. Albert Gisore is tuned in as well. Richard Muka says, good morning. Kuri Sami, we see you. Good morning. Big News Mta, good morning as well. Ernest Shipale is tuned in. Wenzel Dashington, gotta love the name. Guten Morgen to you too. Nettie Henrys is tuned in. Philip Kiboi, good morning. John Kamburo, Mukoko Were, we see you. Julius Song, good morning. Happy to be in this beautiful Monday. It's good to see you, Julius. And Wycliffe Sunday is also tuned in this morning. Keep up the great conversations. Thank you for being here for us to be able to do that. So Kelvin says, Kahawa Sukari, Kahawa Wendani, Kahawa West. All that area was coffee plantations many years ago, hence the name. So it's Kahawa. We get the coffee part. I'm wondering about the sweet part and the Wendani, what it means. Okay, I guess it's west of the coffee. Anyway, it's good to always look into some of those things. And it's interesting how there are many parts of the country actually named with names that we use them now because we couldn't pronounce what the colonizers said they were to be. Okay, there are many. Dagoretti Corner. You know, it's what? Do you know what Dagoretti Corner is?
The corner of Dagoretti.
The Great Corner. Kariakor is Kariakor. Kariakor. Then there's another one. Ruse something. I'll remember and I'll let you know. It's just very funny. Take the English and not Nagoso. Good morning, and we're looking into the headlines this morning. Let me look into the front page of the Standard. Now that we've done all the house business, let's look into the headlines, and we'll be looking at some of these in greater detail at 9 o'clock as we have conversations with you. But on the front page of the Standard, it's Kenya's bold newspaper. The housing bribe is what is being called in the headline. Launched with fanfare as the silver bullet to Kenya's housing crisis, despite protests over salary deductions with no direct benefits, the affordable housing program is fast turning into President William Ruto's political carrot. His latest pledge to hand teachers 20% of the units has raised fresh questions on whether there are any rules on how these houses are allocated. I just remember Oprah Winfrey in that episode that's now famous for her audience that day, sitting on the stage, and she said, "You get a car." And then suddenly everybody hold up the placards on your seats, and you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car. Everybody gets a car. So now it's like the housing. You get a house. You get a house. You've come to State House. You get a house. Everybody gets a house. Yeah, so I mean, you know, you pay for the house, but somebody else gets the house. I don't know.
No. You pay for the house, but somebody decides who gets the house.
Bas. There it is.
Wait, you know, this scenario is very, very interesting. Just picture this. So you have deductions from your salary every month.
Yeah.
This money go into an account somewhere. You know how you get money maybe for mortgage. So imagine you're paying mortgage and not to a specific person. There is somebody who controls the key who will decide, you continue paying for the mortgage.
We'll deal with that.
I will decide, do I give Undu? Do I give Dennis? Do I give Christine? Do I give Eve? Who do I give this house? Because, you know,
teachers come to visit you at State House.
Yeah, people come to visit me in my house and be like, you know what, guys, I'm thinking I'm going to give you 20%. But you know, but 20% here is in Nyumba. They are not your houses. Remember, they're not yours. We are the ones contributing. Then another time, I think I like this team. They're playing very well. You know what? I'm going to give you each a 1-bedroom house. But if you please me, you reach this stage, I will give you 3-bedroom house.
They're not mine, no.
They're not yours.
But I'm giving you.
Gosh.
I didn't pay for it, though. But I'm giving you.
Yeah, but I will decide who I want to give.
Yeah.
So this week it could be another group, interest group coming to the house on the hill.
Muranga. I told you Muranga is the girl who's being wooed. Wait to hear.
So people in Muranga will be given affordable housing. Is that what you're saying?
The people who went to visit him in State House are teachers. They're teachers who've been crying for other things for the longest time. They were given 20%.
Like I said, beyond teachers, so there are other people that will go there.
Yes, no.
Like you look at certain groups will be. You know what? I think Zenunda will care lifts. Then I'll put for you big lifts.
Or compound with grass.
It's good to be in that position.
I'm telling you.
Where you can decide.
Give things that are not mine to people.
Yeah. Without blinking an eye.
Hello? No.
No batting of an eyelid.
Whether the houses will actually go to these people, that's a whole different kind of fish. But
so you've come to visit me.
And I've given you a house.
You know, in the African context, so not even in Africa, you go visit someone in their house. You're the one who comes in with gifts.
Yeah,
you buy sugar, a loaf of bread,
some fruit,
packet of milk, some fruit, some flowers, some wine, whatever. But in this case, it's the other way around. You come to my house. Me, I'm the one giving you.
Surely. Does it get any better than that? Sheesh. That's what we're being told. But we'll look into the details. Actually, this forms now the basis for our 9 o'clock conversation. Can it actually be given? Can you give like that? and you're paying, somebody else is paying for it. But we'll talk about it later, shan't we? Hey, Christine told me on Friday that I say that a lot. Shall we, shan't we? It's just been proven. Okay. Anyway.
She goes through the recording, so she's able to tell.
Shah staring at a slow death. This is a headline that may be alarmist, but I'm starting to agree. As the Director of Criminal Investigations launches a probe into 31 hospitals over fraudulent medical claims, government government insiders fear poor implementation is crippling a program once hailed as a lifeline for ordinary Kenyans. So we don't know what's going to happen with this Shah thing. Are we going to revert to the old system? Shah is on its deathbed, ironically. Crisis as money taps run dry at the health scheme. While that's all happening, governors clash with doctors following ambulance and staff registration directive. Affordable politics is what is being called, from shelter for all to 2027 poll campaign tool. Just like you're saying, it was supposed to be a shelter for everybody in terms of housing, but now it's, we can give it to you when we're feeling nice. Faithful denied entry in bitter church row. Hundreds of worshippers at the Mombasa Methodist Church in Changamwe got a rude shock yesterday after armed police officers barred them from entering the premises. Can you imagine? Wake up in the morning, you're going to church to worship, and then there are cops at the gates of the church and they're told, Nana, not today. The deployment of officers marked an escalation of wrangles that began following the 24th July ouster of presiding Bishop Isaiah Deye. We'll look into that. Woodley residents demand payment for ruined homes. Well, the president can give you one. Trio set free in lawyer killing. We are being told that a number of suspects are being questioned over this, the murder of Chialum Bobu. We're looking into that, and let's see if they're actually going to get some people and have some people behind the dock. So that all looks very interesting. I want to take you a little bit into the sports pages. Chepchirchir hunts down Asefa to deliver Kenya's second goal. Indeed, she hunted her down at some point in that last stretch. She was behind, but she was able to dig down and stretch those legs a little bit and came out through as champion in the marathon. But Kenya fails to reclaim lost glory in the men's 10,000 meter world champion, which was won interestingly by Jimmy Grazier. And Kenya took the bronze in that. All right, so the World Athletic Championships kicked off in Tokyo over the weekend, and it's a biannual event, we know. And so it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. One, Mr. Omanyala had made it into the semifinals, but unfortunately came fifth in the semis, and the final opportunity was taken away from him. All right, we're looking at more stories making headlines. Over to you, Mr. Okari.
Okay, so let's look at the Daily Nation. The front page. The men who controlled multi-billion state systems. There's a picture there of Abdullahi Sheikh, from Network Solutions shareholder, Tahmin bin Zayed Al Nahyan, one of the owners of Payroll Limited, and James Ayugi, founder of Webmasters Limited. So, stories on page 7, ownership of critical public systems such as e-citizen and electronic platforms for health, and procurement alleged by auditors and MPs to be controlled by private entities, despite government denials. And is increasingly coming under scrutiny, informed by data security concerns and the vast sums of money involved. Then next there is the world champ Perez Jepchirchir outpaced Ethiopia's Tigst Asafa to win gold for Kenya in a thrilling marathon sprint. Finished yesterday at the World Athletics Championships in Japan. And then their new DCI team takes over lawyers' murder probe. Banks face huge losses over fake titles, and TSC sets new rules for transfer of teachers. Now inside, two stories from the lawyer who was murdered last week. Scholar, schemer, victim. The many faces of Matthew Mbobu. I keep reading these stories every day, and there is something new you keep learning. The finality of gunshots leave behind a legacy that's as conflicted as the man himself. You can read details of that story there on page 2. Now, page 3, Kwabinzaro, tracing new holy wilderness of death. So there's a journalist who's taken a trip to Kwabinzaro, interviewed Kilifi Governor Gideon Mungaro, why that place was, why Kwa Binzaro is a village overshadowed by death. The first sign of settlement in Binzaro Primary, they're going into the details of actually what Kwa Binzaro means. Kwa Binzaro, once an unassuming village, is now infamous for the same type of tragedy followers lured to holy wilderness where fasting became their final act. The name Binzaro itself has roots in the ancestry. Retired ACK Bishop Joseph Kalu, born and raised in the area, explained, Binzaro is a Giriama term meaning Babanzaro. It refers to the founding figure of the village, Zaro's father. His descendants spread out, but the place still bears his name. All right, we go to the men controlling public systems. So apparently, well, we've done this, we've gone through this in the past, yeah? I will not go into too many details, but the Auditor General, so there's something that's going to be happening in Parliament. Kitutu Chache South MP Anthony Kibagendi has said that he will petition the House once it resumes to direct the Auditor General to undertake a special audit of the NTSA system. The National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi revealed that the EGPS procured in April 2022 at about 375 mils is not government-owned. Yet, for him, an Indian firm, iSourcing Technologies, is the main developer of the system in partnership with a Kenyan firm. The system belongs to the government but has not been fully handed over because it is still being developed. The CS noted that the government had a contract of 3 years from 2022 to 2025. But because of the delays in implementing it from 2022, we sought extension for another 3 years. At the end of the 3 years, the system is supposed to be handed over fully with access codes surrendered to the government, during which time we will have enough capacity to run the system independently. Now, former Attorney General and Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi noted that having critical government digital systems in private hands is a serious breach of the Data Protection Act. It is a scheme, and I quote him, informed by private financial interests of those in power. In a word, corruption. The government has onboarded over 20,000 services to the e-citizen platform from more than 100 ministries. But the issue here is we have, where is this? We have the e-citizen, Electronic Government Payment System, EGPS, the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA system, and the Social Health Authority, SHA Health Information System. There are some of those whose control have been left to private contractors. Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC servers, are also not cited in Kenya. Yes. So tell me, all these systems, what is the common denominator? The lowest common denominator, the LCD, is the cash flow through these systems. Nothing else. There is no beyond the cash flows. Is you put in all your data information, all your details from your PINs, your next of kin, your ID numbers, your passport size photos, everything is in these systems. Let me tell you, data today is the biggest currency behind the scenes.
We are in the information age, my friend.
Yes, and we will get into that a bit later. Now, to some good news. TSC has delisted 69 tutors over student abuse.
Good.
So the Teacher Service Commission has taken action against more than 100 teachers accused of abusing learners as part of its crackdown on sexual misconduct in schools. So this is good. Now, the thing is, we need justice.
Yeah.
They need to be taken to courts. Gachagua declares 2027 bid during Mount Kenya homecoming. His return was marred by chaos as motorcade was stormed. There's a whole story there where he, in Muranga, so Gachagua listed what he claimed were 5 tricks being used by the president to weaken the mountain. So you're talking about Muranga being wood, eh? So Gachagua is listing these 5 tricks.
Yep.
Trick number 1, dishing out money. Trick number 2, sponsoring multiple Mount Kenya presidential candidates. Trick number 3, denying youth identity cards. Trick number 4, persecuting leaders through arrests. And then lastly, escalating abductions. Amechora yo kitu.
That's how to get in the door.
Yes. And he's saying he's ready to become president of the Republic of Kenya. That's Reggie for you. Now to a story. Unasikianga fraud, eh?
Yeah.
There's a story here. Thai embassy denies Nairobi travels farm 2.4 million claim. So there is somebody from the embassy who wrote to a travel agency and said, we want to get into a partnership with you. And so we're going to have some people fly to Thailand. And the gentleman was like, I'm going to do business with an embassy. Oh, this is incredible. Then booked tickets from his own money in his own account. And he was said, within 14, 21 days, we're going to give you, this is how embassies work. So the fellow paid all this money, people flew. But then when it's coming to claim money, and hakuna kitu kama hiyo. You signed who with what? Here in the embassy. There are people who from within can do business using the name of an embassy. Oh my God.
What?
Ile Okari kwa Kenya.
Using the name of an embassy to do what?
2.4 million.
To do what?
See, to fly people. The people who are flown to this country using somebody else's money. The list includes Emily Jerop, Josephine Ngina, Martha Mudhoni, and two Congolese nationals. They were flown in Thailand, waka-enjoy kabisa. The guy now claiming 2.4 million, lakini pesa hakuna, and those details don't exist kwa embassy. Yet this person actually did this meeting inside the embassy.
What kind of rubbish is this that we are seeing? Kwa sasa.
Yes.
Now, I want to give you this short story, just a little bit, so you can understand what is going on.
Yes.
So 31 hospitals are being investigated by the Director of Criminal Investigations. That's happening, and they're having a look at what is going on with that. Also, while that is happening, we're looking at Shah on deathbed. This is what the headline is of this story. Crisis as money taps run dry at health scheme. Barely a year after its implementation, the Social Health Authority is already facing an existential crisis. Amid reports it's struggling to stay afloat. The scheme, which is central to President William Ruto's universal health coverage agenda, is collecting significantly less revenue than anticipated and is failing to meet patient needs or settle hospital bills. Many health facilities are now unable to pay their staff, restock medicine, or keep the doors open. Insiders at SHA warn the scheme is spending more than it collects. A senior SHA official disclosed the authority currently collects about 6.7 billion shillings monthly, translating to roughly 80 billion annually. However, it spends approximately 8.7 billion each month.
Each month?
Yeah, or 104.4 per year, leaving a worrying gap. We are basically spending more than we are collecting. When the loss ratio becomes too high within a section of the population, it becomes problematic. The Rural Private Hospital Association of Kenya has cautioned that unless collections improve, the scheme could collapse. So when you ask if the scheme collapses, what does that mean? Well, that means that if you go to hospital, whereas you would normally have some kind of public insurance, you won't, and that you would have to pay in cash. And that if there was a procedure that needed to be done and that you would otherwise be covered, you can't. And that you would have to then also find an alternate way of paying it. If you don't have private insurance, then to actually pay in cash. This is not a make-up, I know that in the political world, people make up things. It's called propaganda, to then be able to spread false information to woo people onto your side. And propaganda is a fancy way of saying a lie. Okay? Yes. It's a fancy way of a lie.
But I'm going to quote it in a way that you will not directly see it as a lie.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, it could be propaganda in this case, where there are some people who are coming out and saying, SHA is working, SHA is not working, SHA is working, SHA is not working. But this is the case here, that right now, unfortunately, at the helm of the authority, what we see is that it is not working. Politics aside, one of the fundamental ways that you will make sure health insurance works is to get as many people in the pool as possible. It is a pool system whereby, because of human nature and the actuarial scientists, that's what they do. They've come out and they said it's actually not possible for everybody in the population to all be sick at the same time. Now, based on that, everybody puts in a little bit of money, and then as people are getting sick, we're going to take that money and we're going to treat people, right? Or, do your procedures, whatever. There's also an element of taking that money and investing it long term in other areas so that you can now use the profits or the surplus to treat people. So this is not propaganda when we say that unfortunately people are going to hospital and they cannot be treated because of this fact that the pool is not wide enough, that not enough people are contributing.
And the
when you do contribute, that money goes immediately to take care of somebody. So in the event that you get sick tomorrow, you're going to have to wait for somebody else's contribution to kick in.
And part of the reason we did a baraza here.
Yes, we did.
And we were told that even explaining to the people how much you need to pay, because they were told, you see, here's the problem. When you lie, and it's not, this is now not propaganda. You're told as low as 300. Then when you're going through the, ticking the boxes, you're going through the registration, you realize, wait, I'm going to pay 1,300. And a lot of these folk can't afford that.
They can't.
But you promised them that
Yes,
the
you did.
lowest they will pay is 300.
Yep, you did. And so that's what we're looking at now. And that's the situation on the ground. More information and more stories coming to you in a bit. It's 7 o'clock. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority has announced a decrease in fuel prices in the latest review. In the review released on Sunday, pump prices for super petrol, diesel and kerosene have each decreased by 0.79 shillings, 0.11 and 0.80 per litre respectively. In Nairobi, super petrol will retail at 184.52, diesel at 171.47 and kerosene at 154.78 effective for the next 30 days. In the August review, EPRA reduced the price of fuel by 1 shilling. The authority stated that the prices for super petrol and kerosene reduced by 1 shilling while diesel remained the same. Now, police are investigating the discovery of the body of a construction worker at the Talent Stadium in Nairobi. The body of Sami Kiengo was found in a pond behind the stadium's under construction sitting area. Now, the worker was reported missing on September 6th and his body was discovered by a colleague at the construction site. Detectives at the scene confirmed that Kiengo had injuries to his head and neck with blood coming from his nose and mouth. His wife Christine Kiengo claims that her husband had complained about delayed salary before he disappeared a week ago.
Tumeshtuliwa kuambiwa kwamba kuna jamaa ambaye amepatikana pale akiwa ametumbukizwa ndani ya maji.
Tumeambiwa Chengo ameuawa na ametupwa kwa shimo ambayo kuna maji.
Tumeshtuka sana na bado tuko na wasiwasi na tunajiuliza kwamba in whose hands are we safe?
Watu wa ofisi walikuwa hawajapeana habari yoyote kwa wakubwa wao. Ndio niliona mkubwa captain nikamuelezea. Sasa hii kitu imejulikana kutoka kwa captain.
Jamaa hakuwa anakosana na mtu, alikuwa tu anakula haki yake. Kwa hivyo mimi ile naomba haki yake itendeke.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has linked delays in apprehending suspects behind the killing of lawyer Kyalo Mbombu to the absence of CCTV cameras along Magadi Road where the fatal shooting occurred. Murkomen condemned the murder, noting that unlike in the case of slain MP Ongondo Were, where CCTV footage captured suspects trailing him, detectives have found little to work with in Mbombu's case.
It's not easy because it was in an area that, unlike the one for Ngondo Were, which was very fast, it was because the area where the issue happened was around a place where there were no, CCTV cameras. Because he's a lawyer, of course, the first thing that comes to mind is to think through whether someone was exerting some revenge or attack by virtue of his professional duties. And of course, you look at other motives. So the DCI has interviewed a number of people who are close to him in his workplace, family, and then reviewing various information.
Mbombu was shot 8 times by unidentified gunmen who later escaped on a motorcycle. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has declared his intention to run for presidency in the upcoming general election, saying he is the best choice to remove President William Ruto from power. Gachagua has said he'll never make the mistake of making empty promises to Kenyans, saying such promises would be a lie at a time when the nation is deep in debt. The DCP leader has dismissed his critics who say he has no real agenda, saying his main agenda will be to revive the nation's economy.
I don't want to promise you lies that I'll build roads, I'll build dams, I'll connect electricity. Those are lies. The country is almost broke. We have a debt of 12 trillion. So telling people I'll do this, I'll do that, the wongo. I want to do only one thing, to restore the Kenyan state to where Mwai Kibaki left us.
At the same time, he has continued his criticism of President Ruto while promising to abolish the affordable housing fee if elected to lead the country.
Regarding Gachagua, we will restore the dignity of the payslip by scrapping the first day the housing levy and handing over all those houses to the county governments to manage them, collect rents, all those whose money was deducted. Mwai Kibaki, the greatest president Kenya has ever had, a great man, very focused economist, went to the prestigious Makerere University for his bachelor's degree. Later on, he went to the London School of Economics for masters. In his 10 years presidency, Mwai Kibaki never took the microphone to lecture the people of Kenya over how educated he was.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga, and continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations, Berur, Radio Maisha, and here on SpiceFM.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room, tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation. This morning, Monday, the 15th of September, we're going to be having a conversation about democracy. We're getting into that in just a little bit. Both our guests are in the room today. Just a reminder, as you're getting onto our streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and on X, we are live. Those streams are live, and our audience on KTN this morning tuned in, and wherever you're tuned in around Kenya, terrestrial radio, in the region, and indeed the world, let's have these conversations. It's necessary for us to do so. All right, we're getting into a conversation this morning right about democracy. I already know what I think, but because we're having a conversation, we're inviting these great minds to talk with us. Martha Wambui is a lawyer and a founder of She's a Freak Hub. She'll tell us a little bit about that. Jackson Obare is a Forum CIV Regional Manager, East and Southern Africa, and he joins us this morning. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Thank you for being here this morning, even as we get into some of these conversations, democracy, and whether we need to be reflecting on the state of democracy in Kenya at the moment. We'll get into that in just a bit. But we want to welcome you to today's show with today's proverb. Dennis will tell you where it is. We would love to hear your interpretation of it.
Okay, so we are in West Africa. And in West Africa, there's a country that made history by transitioning from a dictatorship to a democracy in the early 1990s. So this country was actually formerly known as the Kingdom of, is it Dahomey?
Dahomey, yes.
Dahomey,
yeah.
Okay, and was renamed Benin. So in Benin, they also say it's the birthplace of voodoo religion.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't know that. I thought it was Haiti.
See, now, where did Haitians come from?
Was it Benin?
Haitians were
From
actually generations of slaves that were released from West Africa.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so Ali exports.
Yes.
All right. So in Benin, they have a proverb, and the proverb is, if a child insists they can swallow an axe, simply hold it for them. How would you interpret that, Jackson?
Thank you so much, Dennis.
If a child insists they can swallow an axe, simply mpatie tu, hold it for them.
Hold for them to swallow.
Yeah.
My interpretation is, if you are demanding for something, you should be given, because then you know why you are demanding or looking forward for it. And so it is symbolic to mean, for example, if you are demanding for accountability or democracy, why should those in power not give what you are demanding for, if it's accountability of with the resources? And in this case, when you say it was a country emerging from dictatorship to democracy, I have to imagine how people really demanded. It did not just happen. It didn't just happen that you are now moving from a dictatorial state to a democracy state. And as you know, Frederick Douglass once mentioned that power concedes nothing without demand. It never did, and it will never will. It means if you want an axe, the child is asking, let it be given to him.
All right.
Okay. Martha?
For me, I would relate it to the Swahili proverb that mtoto akilililia wembe mpe. And for me, it goes to if the citizens ask for something or demand for something, if it's they are asking for policies that have to do with the education, have to do with the healthcare system, listen to them and act in accordance to their demands. It doesn't matter whether it's hurting. So it's about just listening to the other person and giving them what they demand.
It's interesting because of hard politicians. I've just remembered saying, you are the people who voted for this government.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you're feeling the pain and the pinch, and you're feeling that hurt, you go ahead, feel it.
Look
you're
in the mirror.
one. Yeah, you asked for it, you were given. You know.
You got what you asked for, essentially. Right, okay. Well, we're going into a conversation around whether we need to be reflecting on democracy in Kenya at the moment. Well, let's start off. Jackson, what's democracy?
Of course, democracy, in my own understanding, comes from a form of government where people have the power to elect leaders who should be able to represent them, to legislate, and therefore the voice of the people should be the one to be heard. And as our preamble of the Constitution talks about, the power rests with the people, and therefore our leaders are receiving donated power to be able to lead the citizens. And therefore that state of where you can be able to freely express yourself, freely share within the defined rules of the country, that makes it, my understanding, as this a democratic state. Yes.
What about you, Martha?
For me, I would go back to Abraham Lincoln, who said that democracy is the rule of the people, by the people, and for the people. And it's about a citizen having that sovereign power in accordance to the Constitution. And I would want to see democracy as a house or a garden that we as a people, we have to maintain it. And you'll find for a house to stand, it must have a very strong foundation or a base for it to stand strong. And for democracy, you'll find in that house we have the people we have the people who elect the leaders, and in that house we also have institutions, and it's for us as stakeholders in democracy to continue nurturing democracy for it to be strong.
Okay, so today is the International Day of Democracy. It's today, the 15th of September. Nations around the world celebrating democracy. In your opinion, what is the state of democracy in Kenya? Taking the definition of democracy, looking at the position in which Kenya is in?
I was looking at the report by Civicus Monitor, which usually highlights or rates countries in terms of the state of civic space. And Kenya, following the Gen Z movement last year and what has been happening, state crackdown of civic space, journalists, everybody being cracked down, Kenya was dropped down to repressive level from obstructed level of a previous year. So that means citizens are much more controlled in terms of how they can freely express themselves, freedom of assembly. There has been increased extrajudicial killings, there have been increased abductions in this country. And therefore, in my own view, the state of democracy in Kenya, we have made progress in very many ways because we also have a robust constitution, but lots of institutions are also under strain. So democracy is under strain under the current, and that's my view of this country. But we believe that citizens are more agile and we are more pushing to ensure that we maintain the level of democracy that is required in this country.
Well, yet, Jackson, the Kenya's Constitution 2010 envisioned a situation where government then is held accountable to its people. And there are chapters there that from the Bill of Rights, and it almost feels like we are currently, you have a population that is very aware of what their rights are and their space, and how to also demand for certain things to be done or demand for better governance from their leaders. But against that, it also seems that we have a leadership, I don't know whether to call it a crisis. I don't know. You guys can maybe help us understand exactly what's happening. So we are in a position where now leaders, or those in government, appear to be pushing back. So the population is being enlightened. This is democracy. We're not in a dictatorship. These are our demands, right from the interpretation of the proverb.
Yes.
But now you have on this other side a pushback. And you know what? You're not going to have it your way. Yet the Constitution is the one that holds all of us and binds all of us together and binds democracy so that both parties can then exercise their rights within the framework of the Constitution.
So what's the question, Dennis?
The question is, when you have on this one side leaders, on this other side you have people who are now more enlightened, they know more about their rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. Does it appear to be the leaders of those in government are threatened by the awareness that people know this is our space in our democracies. This is what we demand. Is that your feeling?
Yeah, I have the same feeling. Like those who are in power, we are different generations, right?
Mm-hmm.
A generation where everything they were told, they used to take it and they would not question. So most of the leaders in power comes from that generation. You could not question, your father tells you this. Now we have a generation that asks, wait a minute, you are telling me this, but this is what is provided for. Why can't you be able to allow us or provide what is given to us, even by the statutes of this country? So that questioning, those leaders feel they are losing their authority, because now you feel like your child is asking you a question as a father, and you feel like, where is that coming from?
Wacha kuuliza
maswali mingi. And I think the leaders should come to realization that what is being put there in the constitutions as rights should be respected and provided, because they are not losing their power and authority because that's been donated to them. In so doing, then there is this balancing. Of course, also not having the excesses, because you can also ask things that are not realistic, because our constitution is much more progressive, right? Mm-hmm. There are things put there to be achieved over time. They may not be achieved, all of them today, but we must show signs that we are progressing towards these steps of achieving what has been defined as rights for the citizens. So I think the fact that we are generations, that an older generation that is feeling like you are threatening our base, and the young generation saying, we want to occupy this space. Because remember, Dennis, we are saying Africa has an average population age of 19. It's the youngest continent in the world. And what does that translate into? These young people cannot be told you are leaders of tomorrow. They should be the leaders of today and also partners of tomorrow in development. And in so doing, they need to be fully empowered with the necessary tools and resources to ensure that they are also participating in the governance discourse of this country.
Okay.
Thank you.
So even as we say that we need to be seen to be practicing democracy, I want to get into then whether there are types of democracy and whether those can actually be tweaked. But what would you see, Martha, as someone who's actually worked towards championing voices, what are some of the barriers towards people then being able to practice democracy in Kenya today?
Thank you for the question. And I would want to relate it to young persons when it comes to young persons participating in democracy. And as a young person, I would say it's marginalization when it comes to decision making. You'll find that Kenya and Africa in general, we have a very youthful population. But when it comes to decision making, the young people are left out. You'll find that during political campaigns, young people are used as vehicles for mobilization, for organizing, and they'll do hard work. They will labor for those political parties. But when it comes to appointive or nomination seats, they are left out, and they are often told, you are so young, you still have time to climb the political ladder, you are not experienced. So you find young people are left out, and there's a trend that I've noted when it comes to political parties. This is the time that you'll find there are a lot of political movement made up of young people mushrooming. And also it's the time that you'll find that the youth leagues in political parties are very active, but for the last 2 years you'll find they have not been active. And it's my call for political parties and other stakeholders to be very intentional in building the capacity of young people, because for us to build and strengthen democracy, it must be daily work through active citizenship. So for me, one of them is marginalization when it comes to decision making, and also insufficient resources or funds. You'll find that taking part in democratic activities, it's an expensive affair. And I'll give my personal experience as a representation of other young people. In my early years as a as a comrade, I used to be a member of a certain political party, and we used to push for constitutional reforms. And each and every day I used to save 60 bob amounting to 300 in a week for me to attend a political meeting at Lavington in Nairobi. So you can imagine.
Why? Was that for like your fare or for what?
Yeah, it was for my fare as a comrade, just for me to attend a political meeting. So you can imagine a young person from Kasipul, Kabondo, from Nyeri Bachache, from Lamu, from Kericho, how are they going to attend a meeting in Lavington in Nairobi? They will have to budget for their accommodation, their travel, and that's how they are left out when it comes to decision making. And it's time for political parties to be very intentional about grassroots organizing. You'll find those offices at the villages, they are only active during the party primaries and during the electioneering period. So it's time for political parties to bring democracy to the grassroots. And also when it comes now to resources for young people, for you to vie for a political seat in this country, people assume that you have money, and you don't have that money. You just have your good ideas, your manifesto, and you try to present them to the people. And you'll find, for you to stand in a rally to address people, after the rally, people will ask you, Muhesh, umetuachia nini? And there are certain local terms and words in our communities, such as kuchoma jeshi. You'll find that if you don't have that money to give out to the voters, some of them will abuse you, some of them will call you names, and you'd rather have 1,000 Kenyan shilling and divide it into 50 to give it to the people. And there's your opponent who will give out maybe 500 shillings to the voters, and people will clap for that person. And you'll find also during political campaigns, that's when religious institutions, they have development projects upcoming, and they will invite you as a young person to go to church. And as a young person, you'll give out your 2,000 or 3,000, and your opponent will give out 100,000 shillings. And they are very intentional by announcing Muheshimiwa A has given us 2,000, Muheshimiwa B has given us 100,000, and at the back they will say, heri tuchague ule muheshimiwa kwa sababu ana support kanisa.
Ametoa pesa mingi.
Ametoa pesa nyingi. And that is, you are dealing with the community. Now when it comes to the political parties themselves, for me I'll say that political parties are businesses, and they specialize in the business of auctioneering. So you'll find they will sell these certificates to the highest bidder, and you'll just pay 15,000 for your nomination, and behind there political cartels calling you, telling you, ongezea 100 ule mwingine.
Okay, so not only is this a travesty of justice when it comes to democracy, there is no democracy from the earlier definition that you gave, because the question was, what are the barriers towards achieving a proper state of democracy in Kenya? Maybe that's even a wrong question, because then by the definitions given and the experiences that you talk about, which are clearly across board, democracy doesn't even exist. We can't talk about the state of democracy because it doesn't exist. Is that too radical, Jackson?
I think democracy does exist because that's one lens of looking at it. It's how people have cannibalized this system of governance to make it individualistic in terms of their benefits, because what she's describing is what's happening. It's kind of cartels who want to hijack these noble processes that meant to hear.
Based on the definition, Jackson,
yes,
that the voices of the people will be heard unto action on a national scale. That's a definition of democracy.
Yes.
Here, where people have to pay 15,000 shillings to get a nomination, nobody could care less. After that, what happens? Did the voices of the people come into play? No, they did not. The voice of the shilling did.
Yes.
Did the aggression or the movement at the ground, the grassroots, then affect national issues? They did not.
So I think the you are right, and what she's describing is the real situation that is happening on the ground. So, of course, you can ask, do we have democracy? That question you can still ask. Democracy is there, but I think there's lots of obstructions of ensuring that democracy is working. Do we have a better form of governance that we can say that is better than democracy? That will be another debate, depending on which perspective somebody looks at it from. But I still think the enjoyments of rights that we do have in very many respects, despite the leaders being selfish in very many ways, competing to that highest office and amass as much wealth as they could, that is obstruction of the democratic wills of these citizens of the country because of self-interest. And basically that is corruption, because where will you be getting this money dishing out every other weekend? I don't know, Dennis and I don't know where you go out also invited to be dishing money every weekend to places. You don't have such source of money to be doing that. So it's just buying the citizen voices and claim that the voices of the citizens are heard and the decisions made in this country are based on their voices. No, they are based on the shilling, as you are mentioning it, for some of the citizens who are receiving that. And I want to give an example. I mean, of course, if you're asking if you talk about public goods that are supposed to be enjoyed by all citizens and talk about development in this country, we cannot be having people coming together every other weekend to go to State House to receive development goodies. Yet we know these are the public goods that should not be enjoyed. So it shouldn't be we are coming and saying, oh, you're happy about what you are doing and now bring development to us. We know what the devolution has done. Counties are given resources, including equitable sharing of resources based on county situations. And in so doing then, we should be having a situation where these public goods are shared across. And therefore, the aspect that we need to be coming to a leader and knocking the door and saying, we're happy and we need more, should be able to be the thing of the past. That makes what she's saying about you need to be coming, the mheshimiwa alipeana 100,000, we ulipeana shilingi 2,000, now you don't deserve to be our leader, so let's elect the one who gave us 100,000. The one who gave 100,000 is an investment that will come to immediately they're in office, they start recouping back their investment. And what they do, diverting development resources to their personal interest because somebody financed their campaign and therefore they have to recoup or pay back those investments.
There's something Martha was talked about. It's the whole process. And I feel what you're saying, where here's a situation where unless you have money, nobody's going to listen to you. Somebody who is corrupt has an upper hand. Or this young person, like she was saying, from the days of when she was comrade, somebody has to then endorse you and say, this is the person that I think. If you want to get up, I remember a story where this young man in Mombasa, many years ago, I'll never forget this story. I was crossing a road, Moi Avenue, met this gentleman coming out of fish and chips joint, almost getting knocked by a matatu. I had to go grab his arm because people were screaming. He was absent-minded. Took him to the side and asked him, what's going on? Are you okay? Are you feeling well? And the gentleman later knew who I was. Back then I was working for a radio station. Then he said, I've just come from Changamwe. And he had taken a matatu to town. So he was just getting to town to grab something to eat. Then he didn't know where exactly he was going. Reason is, he was promised by the party leader. I'll not mention the name of the party leader. He was promised that, you know what, for this seat, the ticket is yours because the people are with you. But he was told, because the call Martha was talking about, because people are calling at night, calls are being made, he was told, you know what, there is somebody who's coming with some money and this money is going to help the party during the campaigns. So do you have something that you can do? The gentleman went and took a loan from his circle, took $1 million. This young man took $1 million. Then he took it to the party leader, gave the money, and he was told, now the ticket is yours, you've secured it. Yako ni mingi. Only to get to Changamwe, and on the list, His name was not there. Then he was told by the party leader, no, don't worry. Something just happened late at night, but you don't worry. When you take over government, we're going to give you a cabinet position or some position somewhere. So you were relaxed, utapata. He realized, and the party was not one of the biggest parties in the country, he realized he's actually been scammed.
Yeah.
But he couldn't go to report to police, he couldn't do anything. So Martha, the question that I'm asking, because democracy is always tied, conversations around democracies are normally tied when you're just about to get into elections. And we understand from the definition, from what Jackson and yourself talked about, democracy isn't just about elections, it's about civic participation then. It's also about accountability. It goes beyond freedoms. How healthy, in your opinion, Martha, all these election cycles we've had, all the conversations we've had, promulgated a new constitution, how is Kenya's, in terms of the health status, how is Kenya's democracy today, if you are to use that broader yardstick for the things that I've just mentioned?
For me, I would term it as a toxic relationship between the citizens and the leaders. And you know, sometimes you'll be told by your friends, don't go back to that ex because you have had that time to engage with your ex. Yes. And you have seen them, how they have treated you. And such is with democracy. You'll find that we have had that chance to interact with our leaders. We have seen their track record, but you'll find us, the voters, going to the ballot box, knowing they are toxic, but still cast their vote. Tell me, and it's very strange to understand, tell me, how will you go to the ballot and vote for a person who has been accused of stealing the youth funds, and you beautify that in a ballot box? Tell me how you'll go in a ballot and vote for a person who has been has been presented in an international criminal court. And when things go bad, they are complaining, so and so hatufanyi kazi. So for me, I would term the relationship between the citizens and the leaders, it's a very toxic relationship. But I do understand, you'll find as a suitor, when you're in a new relationship, they'll tell you very sweet words. They'll tell you they'll do A to Z. But when now it comes to them getting what they want, they will just disappear. And that is with democracy. The leaders will come with very sweet manifestos, very sweet words, and with our emotions, and with that hope, we will give those leaders our votes. So for me, the relationship in Kenya, in terms of democracy, it's very toxic.
Okay. Is it time, perhaps, even as we look at these things, when we look at democracy as, as a practice, it was handed down from in a particular place where a situation was playing out. Folks said, you know what, the people ought to be involved in this thing. And that is how this whole ideology was born. And it worked for them at that time in that place. It was then handed down as, okay, this is the way actually things should be done. Maybe folks have tried, maybe not hard enough, maybe we've not done all that needs to do. But do you think that democracy over time should actually evolve into something else that is workable and be called something else? Is it time?
I think so, because humanity also evolves over time. For example, in the fourth industrial revolution, technology is leading in very many ways. So you cannot sit back and say that now I cannot start using, I block myself. I cannot want to know what new technology AI is offering, and I want to block myself completely. That would be wrong, because knowledge is also increasing, things are evolving. So if democracy, it should be, I don't know what name will come after, because now we have citizen involvement and they feel excluded, yet the process defined that your voice is being heard. I think even into the future, democracy should evolve. I want to use an example. You know, the Northern Kenya, when they talk about negotiated democracy, is it a democracy in the entire country? No, because they have decided for people who should represent them, they negotiate and say, God, is it the best one model? Maybe it works for them, maybe not, because also it creates marginalization. If you decide, then it's not your time. You are left, if you are promised next time and it works, better. But then we must adapt this process to our context as well. It's a borrowed concept, but really it's working in many ways, but we must really adapt to ensure that the voices are not excluded from decision-making spaces, what we have actually experienced. But I want to actually say that the main impediment for democracy is also corruption, because that is the center of things. Personal interest that permeates into public issues, and therefore, even if I had your voice and you have projected it well, but because I have personal interests, we can cut deals with Dennis and the mother and exclude you from the process. I think that's one of the greatest impediment of having a responsible democratic processes in this country. Yeah.
So how do you remove self-interest from these processes? How have others been able to remove self-interest, corruption, just terribly bad behavior from these processes and being able to, at the very least, have systems that work? How have others been able to do it?
I think it's about the morality of individuals, because it also, even in this country, you also have leaders who are selfless, serving interest of the public, and they have done so. For example, if you use the case of Makueni County, because it was a county to be referenced, if you want to do this, go to Makueni County. Citizens are able to participate freely in their decision-making process. They monitor. The former governor, Kivuta Kibwana, he was a leader, the governor of the county, and he was able to put the interest of the county first before his personal interest, if any. And the way he carried himself, the way of life, it really demonstrated he's a selfless leader who is out there to serve the county and the citizens therein. And in so doing, if we have such kind of examples, if we have many of them in this country, then I think we should be able to ensure that citizens are happy, provided with services that they need and everything they need. And therefore, you as a leader, your work becomes much more easier to be able to guide and give strategic direction of that, even at the national level. It's so difficult, but it's a bad behavior that we need to get out of people, but it's so difficult. You can't legislate for the bad behavior. We have all the rules in this country, but
because we still want. Can I be radical? Is that okay?
Yes.
To ask the question, because we still want to talk about it. We still want to have conversations around things, and we've seen this bad behavior play out for decades. No, Martha, we've seen the people who go to the grassroots who are struggling and say, "I want to bring about a change." We have seen that they don't get a chance. We've seen that they have to pay money in order for somebody to then bequeath them with the opportunity to then hold that position. We've seen people rob countries and bleed countries dry, and we're still having a conversation about it. We have seen this bad behavior play out year after year after year. There have been stolen elections, there's been stolen money, nobody's ever paid for it, and the same people find their way back into positions of leadership. Why? Because we're still having a conversation with it. It's like the cat who plays with the rat, the proverbial rat. It plays and it brings it back and it lets it play around there a little bit. It's not hungry. If it were hungry, it would eat the thing. And we move on to find another one. We are not ready to have a conversation whereby systems are in place and things work. If we were, all I'm going to say is two names: Jerry Rawlings. I don't think so. I don't think we're ready. I don't think we're ready to take the bold move to insist on certain things. And that's why I'm asking the question about where are we in terms of our democracy, if that is actually what we should be applying to governments and leadership, especially on this side of the pond. We're still having a conversation where we should be having action. We're still talking about it.
Yeah, I think a system... because this is a system, and a system has its grounded roots. And if the foundation of the system was on values that were, for societal good, but over time, individuals, because it's behavior that keeps changing over time. So individuals who were working in this system over time put self-interest first. So I think the system needs to be looked at.
All the people need to be removed.
All the people. So, but how do you remove them also? Because they are the ones who they have put the system in their hands and they are controlling it. And therefore it means the people should be removed and the system at the same time. But which system can we replace with that democracy? That will be my question.
Also, to add on that, I think we are not ready as citizens. One, for you to hold a leader accountable, you must have that knowledge or information. You cannot go question someone that you have stolen 16 billion and you are not able to interpret the document. And you'll find it's up to us citizens to invest in knowledge, in understanding the governance processes, in understanding how parliament works. And I can tell you for sure, there is no politician who wants an enlightened citizenry. For them, if you are not enlightened, that is their power. And you'll find ourselves singing the same song, Nja, Umaskini, na Ujinga. Those are the things that the previous eras were trying to eliminate, and we are still struggling with that. So we need to ask that question: is it the citizens themselves or it's the leaders themselves? So we still have a long way to go as citizens.
And yet there's a global conversation. Earlier we were talking about Nepal, following what happened in Nepal.
Yeah.
And the Gen Z protests in Nepal was a result of this same thing we're discussing. So you have leaders who are not necessarily, you are ideally, because even Nepal, they actually said officially it's the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. So democracy right there. But this generation, like Jackson was earlier saying, you have a generational shift where there's a generation that is saying, come on paper, these are our rights. On paper, this paper I'm referring to is the Constitution. This is what we demand from those in government. Yet, the same people who are in government are saying, you know what, we'll take our children abroad for further studies. They're graduating in Australia, in America, in Sweden, in European countries. They're actually sharing on social media, on Instagram, the opulence. They're wearing gold. They live lavish lives. Yet you look at the poverty levels in that particular country, it's incomprehensible. Then you get to a point where there's the ticking time bomb, where now there is something that will let the pressure loose. You ban social media. You're saying, you know what, we'll go as far as you're not going to have conversations amongst yourself. Like you said, the politicians don't want a population that is enlightened. So we're going to ban this thing. You're not going to have these conversations. That led to the protest. And we also what happened in Nepal. Are we having a generational shift that is saying, look, if you're not going to do as per the Constitution, we're going to actually force, and I was seeing some ministers who are actually forced to cross rivers, to walk almost nearly naked. Unbelievable scenes that the Prime Minister, Martha is laughing, the Prime Minister was actually chased out of his residence. Is that, Jackson, if you're not there right now, and this is not just about just Kenya alone, is that where this conversation seems to be heading? Because we are seeing countries that ideally are democratic countries are pushing its population to the brink where they will do these kind of things.
Yeah, I think we are in that situation now, given the fact that you say on one hand, you have a very enlightened young population who have understood on paper what should be really be provided for them.
Yes.
In practice, it's becoming different. And now they're questioning, and I think they are right in all respects. This is what the Constitution says that you should be able to do. But look, you are not doing it. So what do you want us to do? We want to force you to do it, or the system collapses and we have a system that actually works. And increasingly, because we started for Gen Z in Kenya, now that is Nepal. Also, you saw what happened in Indonesia. So this wave is...
Bangladesh did the same thing. In Uganda, the Gen Z tried, but
different.
In Uganda didn't work.
Yeah, so it's time that has come, and those in power, they should actually listen. I was watching yesterday night, I can't remember, it was NTV, about on Saturday, the weekend, about the leaders, Africa. You are seeing Museveni just doing walking, doing fitness in wherever in State House, that behaving as a young person. You are seeing people who are 90s still contesting to be presidents of countries, and they have led their countries for 4 decades. If they have not changed the country in 4 decades, even if they lead another 100 years, the country will go in ruins. And these young people are saying, we cannot see, you cannot be telling us you are the leaders of tomorrow when we are seeing our country is in the ruins and we cannot get the basic services that we need. And therefore, we need you out of power. So because of this, and of course, governments, they are there's transnational coordination. That's what I'm seeing over cracking down civic activities. You saw in Kenya, people going to Tanzania. Now, please, mukaeni na mambo yenu ya Kenya msilete hapa Tanzania, In that way, it is showing that the people who are in power, they are conspiring to even shrink the space, close everything, and don't allow any voice to come up. It can only last for a short while, because like a pressure cooker, you can't put that lid for long. It will come out. And when it comes out, the destruction is loud, and everybody will be able to see the damage. I think it's high time those people in leadership, they need to listen to the voices of these young people. What do we want for this country? Let's have a conversation, and a genuine and honest conversation to ensure that bottlenecks that are in the system are addressed. But as long as Ndu was saying, you have the people in the system who are protecting it, they probably need to be the one to be removed, because the system may not be a wrong one, but the people spearheading the system could be the one who are the bad ones.
So Edwin asks a question on our socials this morning, and it's actually in line with the point that I was making earlier. And it's a difficult question to hear, but necessary. That when we talk about a different kind of leadership or governance, that can you put the responsibility of the selection of leaders on a population that is not entirely enlightened? So then comes in the issue of weighted voting, which a lot of people have considered, and the benevolence dictatorship, because you have tried these other things before. And we also know that in this part of the woods, that the masses, unfortunately, are the ones with a lesser shilling in their pocket, so they are easier to control. We can color it pink, but that's the truth. So, is it possible to have this? Because we said the people are involved, isn't it? And we said that the people need to be listened to, right? And the people need to make decisions. Is it possible to have these decisions made on a population that is not entirely enlightened?
It's not possible, but it's happening, right?
Is it? Do we have systems that work? Do we have proper selection of leaders? Do we have leaders who are being selected based on the knowledge of people who know for sure that these guys are going to do what they're going to do when they go into leadership? Do we have that right now?
No.
We don't have it.
Yeah.
Is it possible that this is as a result of an unenlightened population in the majority? It's difficult to hear, but it's the reality, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would want to say it's possible to have that conversation with the other half that is not enlightened, and we have to start at the grassroots level and speaking the language of the people and not speaking the language of documents. And the work that we do at She's Afrique as a community-based organization is interacting with communities by just teaching them basic constitutional rights in a language that they do understand. So for me, it's possible to have that conversation with the other half that is not enlightened in a simple manner.
How long does that take? Think about it. Ballpark. How long would it take to enlighten the population who, when things are moving, it's alive? How long would it take to enlighten? And this is where weighted voting comes in. Or this is when the benevolent dictator comes in to say, we don't have time for this kind of thing. We don't have time for people to be enlightened for us to then make the decisions about a present situation and not a future one. I get it. We want everybody to be involved in the pie. But having everybody involved in the pie has gotten us to where we are now, right? So is it time we started to look at a different way of doing things? As uncomfortable as that situation is.
No, it is. I mean, situations demand that new ways of doing things emerge as well. So, but is there the willing of the leadership to ensure that all citizens are informed? Is it in their best interest, for example, to ensure that this, because as Mother was saying, the moment the leaders know, they are better off if citizens are not informed, right? And therefore, you are asking them to ensure that all the citizens are informed. There are several ways. Actually, there are very many ways of ensuring that a majority of citizens are involved, as long as the leadership is positive about it. And we can use very many ways of creating all this messaging.
Jackson, you do your work today in the present, of course, with knowledge from the past, historically. In jurisdictions gone that exist today or experiences gone by, what happened to individuals, caucuses, communities of people who were not ready to toe the line in history? What happened to them?
Yeah, of course I know what happened. Yeah.
If you're not ready to toe the line and we're going in this direction as a leader, what happens to you?
You can be eliminated.
Exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. And if we are going straight and you want to take us left, and somebody comes in and says, no, guys, this is the way this thing is going to go, those who were uncomfortable and by showing their resistance to the new movement, using your words, were eliminated. And that's what I'm asking. Is it time to... Because we've coddled this thing for so long. We've talked about corruption in 2025 as though it was 1975.
We've been talking about the same stories.
Forever. Isn't it time to do things differently? We can talk about democracy. That's great. It was great for the Greeks. But guess what? They did the same thing too. They had a conversation with a few people who were enlightened and they said, let's move on. Democracy, sure. Not possible that 100,000 people had the same mind and that's what they took. No. It was a certain type of people who said, look, this is the way we're going with this thing. Let's go. And that's quite worked. Is it time?
Mother?
I think it's time with technology as an enabler of democracy. You'll find that most of these revolutions are people are mobilized and organized through social media. So we have departed from the traditional ways of doing things, and now we can leverage on technology to involve people. So there are a lot of avenues that we as citizens can use to enlighten the citizenry. And also, I would want to take, for example, Gen Z. For me, I see Gen Z as very disruptive in terms of disrupting the status quo. And I would want to declare them as the de facto opposition. They bring the energy, the vibe, their creativity. And you'll find them using also humor and carrying a placard and also using memes that maybe that an enlightened person back there, maybe at the village, they are not able to understand, but they will see maybe a meme with something to do with governance, and they are able to relate of what is governance. So for me, it also goes to using creativity in terms of art, in terms of talent, in terms of music, enriching those other half that are not enlightened. No.
Could it be? There was a time we had this conversation. By the time we had the 2010 Constitution, and it was taking now effect, there was a point when Kenyans they had enough of the political space being controlled by, some of these political parties or political figures that historically are the ones who own that space. And in 2013 elections, less than 5 members of the National Assembly were elected as independents. And then 5 years later, in 2017, 13 members of the National Assembly were elected as independents. And we've been seeing this steady growth of the rise of independence. Is this one of the ways that is going to bring back democracy and the space where other voices then can come in that are alternative voices? Jackson?
I think the question about independent candidates' numbers rising is because of what Martha described about the structure of political parties, how they are organized, how they are controlled. Because remember, political party is a formation of an individual, and the individual has interest, and so they desire to choose who they want to be in that political party. Over time, since the space is locking you out, and the citizens really want Mother to be their candidate, and therefore, irrespective of political party, she will be elected anyway. And therefore, if she's being blocked from access, then she's able to go independent and because of independent views and independent thinking. But there is also a catch. What happened to these candidates when they entered parliament?
Well, they get swallowed by the system.
They get swallowed by the system. So this system is a monster that you had independent thoughts, and now when you are there, you have to toe the line. One do saying, you cannot stand on our way. We want to change that county. We want to change that. What has happened to Kawira Mwangaza?
Yeah, we want to change it by any means possible.
By any means possible. So you cannot stand on our way. But it shows that citizens are ready to vote in individuals who they see and they trust that can deliver for their communities. But allow me to mention this because how this system has been viewed not to be working because of trust deficient. Because initially people were voting and trusting that leaders are going to do 1, 2, 3, and they did, right? But over time, people are coming and peddling lies and saying we are going to do this. They overpromise and they can't. Citizens now don't trust you, and that makes this system of democracy to start failing because of lack of trust.
Just to add, in terms of independent candidates, still we cannot dismiss political parties as cornerstone of democracy, but you'll find that independent, I know of some political parties in this country. Before, for you to enter in that political party, you have to go through cells. And in those cells, you are taught about what that political party stands for. So it's time for us as citizens or political parties to have education, what political party A or B stands for in terms of the values, in terms of the manifestos, in terms of the principle. Then we can choose what type of political party we can go to. Yeah,
definitely. On this International Day of Democracy, we've been having this conversation, and necessary for us to be aware of what's happening in our circles. Martha Wamboe is a lawyer and a founder of She's a Free Cub, and Jackson Obare is the Forum CIV Regional Manager, East and Southern Africa. Thank you for being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
Conversations continue at 8:02.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. 3 years since President William Ruto came to power, the construction of affordable housing has continued to be a project he is proud of. The project, which is being built by Kenyans' sacrifices, where they are deducted 1.5% of their monthly stipend, now appears to be to be turned into a political bait used to garner support. The system, which was to provide these houses to Kenyans, now leaves questions as to whether ordinary Kenyans and thousands of others who contribute to its construction will have the opportunity to own a home. This weekend, when President Ruto met with teachers at State House, he promised them 20% of all houses built in the country. This promise comes just months after a similar one was made to police officers and other security forces, and even, as we saw in the marches last month, to some of the footballers.
The CS housing is here, the PS housing is here, and the desk is here. We are going to sign an MOU between our teachers and the ministry so that we can implement these 20% for teachers.
Without mincing an outer word, I want to say, Kumi bila break.
Now, a standoff is brewing between the Council of Governors and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council over a directive requiring all ambulances and emergency medical personnel to be registered by today. The directive by KMPDC demands that all ambulances, paramedics, emergency medical technicians, ambulance operators and other pre-hospital care providers register with the council. Non-compliance, KMPDC warns, would attract sanctions, including prohibition from operating. But COG chairperson Ahmed Abdullahi has criticized the move, accusing the Ministry of Health and its agencies of bypassing agreed consultations with counties on the management of ambulance and emergency services. Governors argue the directive undermines devolution and duplicates roles already vested in county governments under the 2010 Constitution. Abdullahi, in a letter to governors dated September 9th, has advised county governments to disregard the public notice. The Directorate of Criminal Investigation has launched an investigation into hospitals linked to SHA fraud. 31 hospitals and health facilities will be investigated following the approval of the Chief Magistrate's Court in Milimani, Nairobi. The investigation to be conducted will involve an audit of documents from February 2nd last year to August 31st this year. The hospitals in question are suspected of submitting false data to SHA with the intention of claiming payment for services that were not provided. Furthermore, initial investigations show that some hospitals do not exist, others do not have adequate infrastructure, and some are using fake patients to loot public funds, and that to date they have lost 691 million shillings in taxes. That's the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga, and continue to enjoy the EPL marches across our radio stations, that is Berur, Radio Maisha, as well as SpiceFM.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody is human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And we continue our conversations this morning. We are now at 11 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Our live streams remain up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and also on KTN this morning. Wooing the Mountain is the conversation that we're getting into at this hour. And we've already said she's a pretty girl in the corner, and it seems as though everybody wants to take her out on a date. But the question is, who's going to hit the home run when it comes to getting this particular part of the mountain, which is Muranga? Joining us are 2 members of the County Assembly, and they join us this morning for this conversation. John Goge Kebaya is the member of the County Assembly for Gatanga Ward in Muranga County. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing? That's you. I'm sorry. I was looking at the picture and looking this way. I beg your pardon. Good morning and karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Isaac Joroge also joins us this morning, and he is the Member of Parliament for Kahombo Ward.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Thank you, madam.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good to have you in the room this morning.
Oh, yes.
Muranga remains in Muranga, but Muranga has been taken all over the place, and there are numbers all over the place, but we'll get into that conversation in just a little bit. Dennis, as we normally do, is going to share a proverb with you from a different, we go to a different African country every week, and we look into the country a little, and then we get the proverbs that they share with people, and then we would love to hear your interpretation of that proverb this morning. Is that all right?
Right.
Nothing like a little good elbow grease on Monday morning? Okay.
Oh, yes. So we're in a West African country that was at some point nicknamed the Black Sparta. So this country, they also say at one point it was known for its all-female army from the historical kingdom of Dahomey. Now the country is Benin. In Benin they have a proverb, and the proverb is, if a child insists they can swallow an axe, simply hold it for them. Let's start with you, Ngui. How would you interpret that? If a child insists they can swallow an axe, just hold it for them. I don't know that there's a Swahili equivalent. I don't know there's a Kikuyu one.
Mtoto akililia
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Dennis,
They're
very
a bit
much.
extra in West Africa by saying it's an axe.
Well, yeah. Go big or go home, I say.
And before I do that, I want to say hello to the people of Gatanga. And I told them that I'm coming here to Spice FM. So they said, they told me to say hi to you guys.
Oh, well, asante sana.
And I also want to thank them for giving me this opportunity to be here. And the mtoto akililia wembe mpe, I don't know whether it's equivocal, because an axe in the mouth, you see the size of our mouth and an axe, they are diametrically not aligned. And I think it is a caution to the young people that as we go through life and as we do whatever we do, we have to let people be. And one of the issues about and especially in our country, if I can bring it back here, is that there is a sense of entitlement by so many folks. The adage that you have to go out there and do it for yourself, I think is sinking. And I think it's a cautious saying that if you wish to swallow that axe, I might as well give it to you to do it.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a wise thing to do. But I think it's a caution to us.
Okay, okay. First, allow me to say good morning to all the members of this fraternity, and also my residents from Muranga, and especially my ward. I come from Kahumbu ward. And also to each and every person listening and watching us in the Republic and everywhere through all the channels which are available. My understanding of the whole, I can just say is like the other saying in Kiswahili which says asiyesikia mkuu pia huvunjika mguu. It's like it's a precaution that you might ask for something, or you want to chew something which is not you're not able to chew it, but you want to chew it or you want to eat it. So I think it's a precaution to each and every person. Or my understanding is that let us be precautious of what we are doing in terms of implementation, in terms of what we are talking, and in terms also of what we are asking. Otherwise, again, at the end of the day, itakuwa majuto ni mjukuu. Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. Very interesting. So let's look at Muranga for a minute, shall we? With in 2022 registered voters of 620,929. They form what I call part of the top 10 counties with big numbers. And of the above 600,000, of course, we're not looking at counties like Nairobi with 2 million. We're not looking at Kiambu and Nakuru with 1 million plus registered voters and such. But it's a big number here. And when it comes to politics of the mountain, Muranga County obviously is looked at as one of the ones that, guys, we must be here. And right now, the flavor of the month is Muranga. And everybody's saying, you know what, if we don't start to talk to people in Muranga, the likelihood of them listening to us then is starting to drop. Is Muranga being sufficiently wooed? We'll start with you. Go ahead.
Let me start by saying, to bring this thing into context, you have to look at the history of Muranga. Muranga is a home for Bildad Kagia. Rofia came from Muranga. Matiba came from Muranga. And those folks were known throughout the country for agitating for change. So Muranga it is in our bloodline that we are people who stand for things, who stand for issues. And I think if you look at the mountain as a whole, you'll see, even when the shaking started with this government, Muranga was integral in pronouncing the dissent. Remember, there was a time not too long ago we had a burial for one of us, and Moses Kuria came to Muranga, and he was denied a chance to speak. It hadn't happened anywhere else, and I think from that day things changed completely. You look at the impeachment of our deputy president. If you look at the voting that was done, you can see something. There is something about Muranga, because Muranga members of parliament, most of them at least, didn't vote for that motion. Njeri voted to a man, where the deputy president comes from. But you see in Muranga, they stood up and they were counted, because they saw, or they believed, that something was not going right. And this didn't start with readers. It didn't start with us. This started with Wanjiku. You remember there was a time that there was KRA wanted to tax avocado farmers from the farms. That is where it started. And a big meeting was done in Muranga. And all the readers joined hands and rejected it. So, do I think Muranga is sufficiently good? I think Muranga is underrated. And I think the next president, we had an opportunity to have a presidential candidate, a strong one, but they missed that chance. So, Muranga is a bedrock of opposition politics right now, and I think it will end and start with Muranga.
Okay. And I mean, those are some serious things that he's saying, Njoroge, that, a bedrock of Kenya's politics. You speak about folks like Kagia, Matiba, all of these coming from this area. And yet, it would appear as though it would be a very easy decision to bring people to the house on the hill and, woo them in terms of money. And that was enough for them to say, fine, we'll vote in one way or another.
It's good to note that in the history of Muranga County, when you talk about Muranga, you're talking about the community, that is the Kikuyu community. Wherever you talk about Muranga, the genesis of all Kikuyus come from Muranga, Mukuru wa Nyagadhanga. And with the history, apart from also the issue of the political arena, economically, Muranga is the one which has built Nairobi. Muranga is the backbone of all the economics in this country of ours. You cannot mention anything without mentioning Muranga. Come to the first professor in this country of ours, Dr. Kiano came from Muranga. Come to the issue of the business people, is from Muranga. So the moment you touch Muranga, then you're touching the backbone of this country, economically, politically, and also in the issue of the agricultural sector. Remember, Muranga is the one who is the county, the leading county, as my friend have said, in terms of avocado. Muranga is the one which has all the basics in terms of people move the people also in Atlanta, Georgia. And if you look about the issue of the Muranga people, they're hardworking. And when you touch now that hardworking, when you touch that where they get their butter and bread, when you touch the Muranga people in terms of political, and especially Muranga has been shortchanged since 1992. You know what happened in 1992? We voted one man in terms of political, and that's why my brother have said about the issue of the opposition. If you come to the Muranga, it's the only county which gives 100% loyalty to any person. And Muranga on its own, again, it's a county whereby independence of mind is there. And I can give you a good example, like last election. You can see there was areas whereby ANC was voted in. We have two MCAs from ANC, one from Kegumo, Madam Karo, and one from Wango, Madam Mama Kangata. And also we have also so many, like 6 or 7 independent candidates who were elected, despite the wave which was there for the UDA. So that tells you that Muranga people are independently minded. There are people who are ready to, they normally work, and there are people who are holding this the country and the country in terms of mindset of development and also in terms of agriculture leading. So remember even the founding of our bank equity come from Muranga.
So a visit to State House and some handouts, then essentially what you're saying is not going to sway the decision.
No, handouts will not sway Muranga people. As I said earlier on, Muranga is an independent mindset people. And as I've just given you an example, even when during the election, remember, for example, in Kiharu, we have an ANC candidate who was elected through ANC. We have like 4 elected leaders through the independent candidate. So Muranga people are the people who are independent. You cannot sway them because of the handouts. You cannot sway. They always listen to the ideologies. They always think about a kind of a leader whom they want. And that's why you see people like Matiba. They had to go even bankruptcy because of what they believed in. So when Muranga believe in their own thing, they are ready even to sacrifice their financials. They are ready to even to sacrifice their seats for the sake of that identity of who Muranga is.
My question is a very direct one, Ngugi. President Ruto met Muranga grassroots leaders in State House of the weekend. Were you there?
I wasn't there. I can't go there.
Were you invited? And
yes, I was, and I refused to go.
And who invited you?
I was in. The invitation came through the assembly.
Okay.
For all members of the county assembly to attend that feat, that root feat, and I refused to go. The reason I refused to go is that there is nothing else that was going to be done there except bribing people.
Were you given an agenda for the invitation? You know, there's a way, if I invite you to my house, we're celebrating something, or we are going to have a certain discussion, and I need your presence, I need your input, your wisdom. In this case, the invitation, did it come with an agenda?
No, there was no agenda, but basically, we knew what the agenda was. Their agenda was to buy royalty.
So you have colleagues who went?
Yes, there are some colleagues who went. And I think even Mheshimiwa Chefman here went.
Yeah, I was going to come to
the oxymoron about this is that President Ruto is calling delegations to State House to talk to them about economic empowerment in their regions. When we were campaigning, we went throughout the 47 counties. And in Muranga, we went to Okoh Stadium. And we had an economic charter. The people of Muranga told the president and the party what they wanted done for them once we get power. We signed that charter. The people of Muranga wanted value addition for their basic inputs, for their coffee, for their tea, for their macadamia, and for their milk. And we agreed about all those issues. The people of Muranga wanted their roads to be done. The people of Muranga wanted their kids to be empowered. We signed that charter. Since our deputy president was impeached, there has been a hue and cry in our region because we thought that the president is in his seat basically because the people of Central Province and Muranga gave them the votes. We gave him 87% of the votes. So there is nothing new. We haven't had any development in Muranga. Like the way I come from, there is a Mau Mau road. It's called Diara Keriene Kahunyo Wandohi Road. We were promised that road would be tarmacked. Now that road is impassable. Yet there is money to go and bribe people at State House. Where is this money coming from?
So with the charter, a lot of these issues that Muranga people raised 3 years down the line, has any of those things been met?
Nothing has been met. But, to be honest, the deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, was given the mandate to fight illicit alcohol in the country. And actually, that illicit alcohol was more so pronounced in our neck of the wood, in Muranga, and the Central Province, the Kikuyu-speaking nation, because that is where that illicit brew was prominent. He did a very good job, and after he was impeached, that is the only thing I could say that was going in the right direction. After he was impeached, all the company...
back.
Yes, the illicit alcohol is back. Kids 20, 25 years old are dying of drinking illicit alcohol.
Is it an enforcement issue?
I think the police are advised not to bother those people, because some of these companies that produce the illicit alcohol were closed by the deputy president. Now they are open. And how are they opened? Mm-hmm. Who authorized the opening of these facilities? Okay. We don't know.
We'll come back to other reasons why you didn't go and what the people from your ward are saying. Njoroge, you went to State House.
Yes.
You got the same invitation.
Yes. Mm-hmm. We got an invitation from our leader of majority in our wall that we are needed to the State House. However, I was not requested to send any person there. And as an elder...
What do you mean you're not?
I was not given that portion of people. You know, there was, apart from us, the leaders like MCAs, there were those sorts of people, the machinery leaders, from each and every ward, where I didn't have my any number that I could have gone with them. So personally, I went there. Reason number one, I was
you told the agenda.
Let me. That's where I'm going.
Okay.
The reason why I went first, because it's very important to know. Forget about the agenda, because the invitation was open, it was blank. But the reason why I went there, number one, is that as a leader elected, I have a contract with my people for 5 years. That's number one. Number two, there is the issue of representation, which I am supposed to do. Number two is about the legislation and oversight. Basically, here we are talking about national government and county government. So when I am being invited by the head of the state, I had to go there because I had my mind that now I have got an opportunity also to question him regarding what I think is right to question him. And this is not the first time I've questioned him. It is even in my wall, in my Facebook wall, questioning about our projects in the county government. So when I was invited, I went there because of those the issues. And there's nothing wrong when, remember we voted for 6 votes. That is the MCA, a member of parliament, senator, woman rep, governor, and the president. And normally when I'm being called by by my people as an MCA, I explain to them the projects which I'm doing in my ward through either the governor or through myself as a person with my either foundation or a friend who wants to visit. And whenever you call those people, does it mean that you bribe them? It depends how you understand the bribe issue. And so when I went there, I wanted to listen to know exactly, is it another lie or is it another truth? Is it what should I understand there? So that when even I meet him next time, like my friend, he knows, he's very aware. There's a time all the MCAs who are called the State House regarding our welfares. He was there also. Was this the bribe? Was he given something? So it's always good when you are being called by the head of the state. Go and listen what he's saying. Then you are able to have a platform to question what he has brought.
Okay, so what did he say this time?
So the issue of the issue which he talked about is about those roads, Mamau roads, the issue of the stadium of Gakoigo, and Mombi. And my question which I asked, because I had an opportunity as leaders who were entered there, I asked him, what is the timeline for this? And when he came to talk to the people, he told them the timeline is from December. Now the question is, will he keep that promise? That is my question.
What
and that's
do you think?
Pardon?
What do you think?
I think we have the issue is about if it will happen or not.
Do you think that the president is going to keep the promise that he made when the leaders from Muranga and other interested parties went to State House?
I want to believe he will.
Why?
I want to believe.
Okay.
Because why I'm believing is that there was the issue of the amount of money which was being told there, which was he was talking about. I want to believe that already the last time when the former sport minister, and he was there also, Mungai, when he was the minister, and he talked about Gakoigo, and then the issue of Gakoigo came out, that the stadium should be done in Mombo.
Okay, so let's just take some steps back.
Yeah.
The former minister, Ababu Nwamba, was in Muranga, and he talked about this stadium.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's 1 year.
It was a year ago.
Yeah.
What did he say he was going to do at that time?
They say they established that Gakoigo showground to become a modern stadium.
In how long?
The reason was there was a crisis which was supposed to be sorted out.
No. In how long did they say they were going to sort out?
Immediately when there was a solution to be made between Gakoigo and Mombo.
Okay.
And Mombi Stadium, which should be done. Mombi Stadium is in Muranga town. Gakoigo is outskirts of Muranga town. So it was an issue about the county government to agree with the stakeholders about which stadium we will start.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, the demand came in that we need to have now 2 stadiums for the sake of it.
Were all those part of the economic charter during the campaign?
Yes.
They were all part of that charter.
Yes.
So this was before 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
So 3 years later, you as MCAs are called to State House and is telling you that he's going to build these roads by December, or starting December. Same things he promised before 2022 elections.
3 years ago.
And you still believe that these things are...
The reason why I want to tend to believe, we are still 2 years to go. And my worry is only that it should not be another elephant kind of a job. Regarding
Dennis,
just a minute. I didn't interfere.
Let him finish, and then you'll pick it up.
We have been having those kind of projects, even the establishment of the Mau launching and all that stuff. And my worry is that assume we start those stadiums, will they be ready by 2027? That's another question which I also am asking myself, and I happened even myself to ask him. Will the stadium be ready within 2027? Remember also we had the promise of the 6 stadiums during the Jubilee issue. None of them was done. So I am trying to balance that I live as a leader with a belief so that I cannot kill the spirit of my people. We are hopeful
that to, before his term ends, that is going to fulfill those promises.
Yes, I have the belief. Before you go to him, there was the issue of where this money is coming from. The same case, I asked myself, where is the money coming from?
You asked the president that?
Yeah, no, I asked somebody there because, sorry, I could not be able to meet the president direct to ask. But the same question I'm asking myself, where is this money coming from? And I came to realize that we have members of parliament and we have the senators within the House of the Assembly. So it means our members of parliament and the senators, during the budget making, they are putting more money to the office of the president, where I think the honorable thing they need to do is to question and ask for supplementary budget to reduce the money if it is being misused by the State House.
Okay, I'm sorry. The budget, interestingly enough, for 2026 started its process at the end of August. The last week of August, just 2 weeks ago, the process for the budget 2026 went in. Every line item for every shilling that is going to be spent in the budget 2026 is starting to get into the procedure now. So empowerment and the development of it did not appear in the 2025 budget. Didn't appear anywhere in the 2025 budget. Remember that any money that's being spent right now is the 2024-2025 budget money. 2025-2026 budget money. 2026-2027 budget money is what we're going to hear next year in June, July. So empowerment money did not come into the budget that is currently being expended in Kenya. It didn't show up. When John Badi gave and read the budget, for the purposes of empowerment money, it did not appear. So that can be an explanation in terms of where the money is coming from.
When it comes to the issue of the empowerment, like now, when people were in the State House, that was not empowerment.
Oh, sorry, what was that? Okay.
It was an invitation for the leaders.
Okay.
And then after the leaders meeting, all the stuff, he publicly said that I'll give you the fare to go back home.
Okay.
So that's why I was asking the question also myself. If this money is coming from the State House, is it also the budget? And that's the question I was asking. Is it the money coming from the budget which was passed by the members of the parliament? Because remember, I'm working with the county council in the Muranga County Assembly. I'm not in the national side. But the same question I asked myself. So if you ask me whom I should blame, I have never had any member of parliament or any senator bringing a motion to the House, to the floor of the House, questioning the same what you have just said regarding the expenditure of the money, yet the budget is 25-26, which will start by next year. So that is again my query, and I want to be very specific. As I said, independent mind is very key. That the same question I have not had. We are just only talking outside here. If I wish I was in that assembly, that is the House of the Assembly, or even Senate, I could question that question if this is the kind of the budget which is there is not being done. So my problem is that the people who have messed this country is the members of parliament and the senators.
Before we go there and before we lose our train of thought, because we'll still come back to you and talk about the other issues that the president spoke to you about. Ngogi, I want to rope you in because you said the president came to your county, you were present, there were signatures that were appended against the issues that the Muranga people had raised, and they said if you take over power when we go to vote, these are the issues we want you to handle.
Yes.
And Njoroge said the president told them about these roads.
Yes.
You know about those roads?
I do. And Dennis, for record, you can eat your cake and have it. You can't go take money from State House and then just question it because you already taken it.
What do you mean?
Those folks who went to State House, they took money from the president.
Are you referring to Njeri sitting next to you?
No, not only Njeri.
Okay.
Njeri was just one of the people who went there.
Yes.
There were 5,000 people from Muranga who went there.
Okay.
They each got 10,000. The regular people. I think the readers were getting much more. If you do that math, just to host the Muranga delegation, the president spent more than 100 million.
Njeri said the president said publicly that
he said
fair.
No,
you can just share.
The president
said,
Kurudi.
Yes.
Well, how much was that fair? Just
it was for 10,000.
10,000.
Yes.
Okay, so if,
but not for the readers.
That was the fair.
Yeah, that was for the fair. For the even the teachers were given 10,000.
Okay,
no, I think you're losing me now. I think you're losing me now because
so
it's my chance
just
to talk.
For
Let me
purposes
just
of clarification,
finish my train of thought.
There were normal, according to you, let's just put normal in air quotes, who got 10,000 shillings each.
Yes.
5,000 of them appeared. So
Yes.
that's 50 million shillings.
Yes.
All right, please carry on.
That's 50 million shillings. And I think the readers were getting much more. I dare say that.
Okay, so the people who got 10,000 shillings
were the 5,000.
Were the 5,000 people who showed up.
The readers were getting much more.
Okay.
And I think he can attest to that.
And the leaders you're referring to the MCAs
and the MPs.
Did you receive any money?
I received. Why should I lie?
How much did you receive?
I will not say it. Once you come, let's finish with him.
Let me finish my train of thought,
please.
So I'm saying that you can't ask for a road on this side,
yes.
Then you're taking the money on this side. It is not possible. It's conflicted. You are conflicted because the folks that went to take money from Ruto on last week are the same folks who are asking me for roads in my ward. You can't take that money and ask for roads. You are compromised. You are a part of the problem. So my 2 cents about this is that this is an attempt not to empower or to talk to people about the development issues affecting their communities. This is just meetings to sway people in a certain way, politically. It has nothing to do with empowering people. Case in point, they came for an empowerment mission in my ward the other day with a chopper. Beans and a packet of unga was given to the audience there. Then there was money. I don't know. It was a mini harambe. The president has given 3 million. The deputy president 2 million. Have been sent by the deputy president to bring 2 million.
But that's not an harambe, because an harambe means mmechangisha hapo hapo.
No. I'm just giving you
in this case
a synopsis of what went on
yes,
in my ward.
So in this case,
it's not a harambe.
Yes.
I know it's not a harambe.
Yes.
I am calling it like a mini harambe because the other folks were not involved.
Yes.
It's just the leaders that were chucking money there.
Okay.
And they were able to mobilize 9 million. 10 groups were called. 10 groups. Each group was given 100,000 cash. So how much money did they spend? That is 1 million shilling. 9 million minus 1 million, 8 million. Where did the 8 million go?
So 9 million is what was said.
Yes.
From what you're saying, that this is the money that Tumeleta.
Yes.
So each group was given 100,000.
Yes.
So 8 million was left.
Yes.
They didn't give out these 8 million.
To who?
They just made an
They
announcement.
gave 200 shillings to whoever attended that meeting. Just say there was 1,000 people there. 200 times 1,000 is 2 million.
So
where did the other money go? So this is a scheme to enrich some of these politicians. And it's a dangerous trend in this country. You cannot run a country the way we are running this country.
So those roads Njeri talked about are roads that you're saying were included in that charter
They
that
were.
we need this fixed.
Can I tell you for free?
Yes.
2 weeks before the delegation went,
Yes.
another delegation from Muranga had gone for the same roads. And they were posting on their Facebook that we were able to lobby for those roads. And I'm asking myself, I didn't see a bulldozer at Diara. So what were you going to lobby? We have always known that these are part of the roads that were to be done. So what is the big fuss about going to State House just to be told the same? Going to State House, it's a scheme to entice people, to vote, to sway them in a certain political direction. And I personally, if you ask me, it's an exercise in futility. Because like he said, Muranga people, you can't bribe them. You cannot bribe people. They only took 5,000 people from Muranga. Muranga has a population of 1 million. So where the rest of them, where were they?
Well, they say these are grassroots leaders.
They are not grassroots leaders. No, they are not.
You are not a grassroots leader.
You are a leader.
Okay.
Yeah, you are a leader. The folks that went there is the boyfriends and girlfriends of those leaders.
No, Dennis brought the issue of the leader.
Yeah, those who went to State House are the boyfriends and girlfriends of those.
So, Njeri, apart from these roads, I just want us to stick to the president's agenda when addressing the 5,000 of you. So the issue of roads was raised, and he promised he was going to fix those roads starting December or by December.
The December.
What are the other issues in the agenda?
The issue was about the issue of the housing, the issue of the housing, the issue of the housing, the issue of the stadiums, the issue of agriculture. But I will also be very categorically in the issue of the agriculture because, as he's saying, it was not the issue of I going there because there is money which has been given. I think that was my opportunity personally
to question the president. That's what you say.
To question. Yes. And I had to question two things, which it is in record there. That when you talk about agriculture, and especially Muranga County being an agricultural county, as per our documentation, I asked him how many these ambassadors we have in this representing our country, and how many high commissioners we are representing this country. Why are we suffering or are we struggling in terms of selling our avocados, our coffee and all that stuff? Yet we have ambassadors who can be given a target for our products so that we can be able to get the money. So I had to tell him openly, because when we were put in that house, and he knows I'm very independent in my own thinking, as I said. And I told him, Mr. President, we don't need to have marketers outside. We only just need to give targets to these ambassadors, commissioners, so that our coffee, our tea, which is rotting or which is staying long at the Mombasa port, looking for market. We have China, which is 1.something billion. We have America, which is more than 400 million. The farmers here is only 1.2. So it was my time, and I am talking about myself. It was my time to face the president and give my representation direct to him. What is affecting my people from Kaumba?
I have a question for you, Njeri.
Yes.
You said the issues, the president's agenda, first was the roads.
Yeah, the roads.
Then the housing.
Yeah, housing.
Then stadiums.
And agriculture.
Those are the 4 issues.
Yes.
Were these issues a part of a discussion that you held at State House, and then he said, now I'm going to address myself to these issues? Or were these issues that he came with to tell you that this is the agenda items, these are the agenda items, and this is what I intend to do? How did you arrive at this?
I may say, now let me talk on my personal perspective side. Yeah?
Yes.
I may say, when we were invited, when the other people were also invited, we had a chance to be in one room with the president.
Okay.
And he started to tell us the problems and the issues of Muranga, where leaders were explaining themselves, their problems and whatever issues they think they're pending. The issue of, like in Marago, there's the issue of the Masamaki Road, which even he came, he said about it. Again, he has repeated yesterday the same day. But on my side, since my member of parliament couldn't have gone there, and especially in my ward, and he knows I have an issues about some of the issues of projects which are affecting my people directly. And I thought, being a person who took a Bible and a constitution that I will defend and I will represent my people, the only opportunity I had is that day to go and represent not only my people, but to question the same charter which was signed at Okoh.
And when you did, what did he say? When you questioned, you promised this.
And that's why, after we discussed in that meeting, he came out and tell the people the plan he has for the Muranga people.
Okay.
And the issue was the repetition of what we signed in the charter. Mine, which I have said, is that I'm waiting. If by December he doesn't start whatever he said, and the question which I asked, and I can give you a real example, which I pushed there in that agenda. is the issue of the water. He knows I'm in the committee of water. He knows in my personal ward there is no single water.
Okay, let's follow that train of thought. Let's follow that thought. You said if by December he has not done what he said he's going to do, then what?
I will mobilize my people for the same.
To go back to State House?
No. I'll just come out and call the press conference. I need to address, this is what I had gone to my people. This is what I addressed. I didn't lie to them. I told them this is exactly what is there.
Okay.
Because as a member elected, due diligently, it's not a matter of running from the problem. It's taking that problem to the person. And I wanted to come categorically, Bona Dennis and Madam, that when you say about being bribed, then I'm questioning myself, because there's a time also you were called by the current DP when he was the chief of, when he was the Minister of Interior. We were with him in that thing. Were we not given something to go with it? Did you take it? You can't say no.
The context was very
different.
Listen.
Not the context. The issue is about why you given.
The context was very different.
No, where did the money come also from? There is a tendency in this country of ours that is only when a leader is given is like a bribe. We need to make sure this mentality that when you are called by the leader, you must be given something. Even when he calls his people at his ward. At the end of the day, if he doesn't give them, there'll be a problem with him.
Okay.
So we have a tendency. No, I'm saying we have a tendency as all of us, not from our leaders, even from the Wanjiko himself.
So let's talk context in this case. So people are given 10,000 shillings as fare, and you said this was obviously made public. So for the leaders, how much are leaders given?
It will depend with the caliber.
With the caliber?
They were given. I will not disclose. Let me not disclose that.
You won't disclose the amount?
You will not disclose the amount. We were given.
Okay.
But let me not disclose about that money.
Okay. Can you give
because
us a
even
range?
those who are not there, they are talking about 300,000, others saying 1 million. So I don't want to put that clear.
And so because
we don't
want propaganda and we don't want rumors.
No.
You were in the meeting.
We were given.
Give us a range. Don't give us specific. Was it 50,000? Between 50 and 100?
Don't put me from that to say angle.
So then, if you can't disclose the amount, then you leave room for the conversations around these were bribes.
No, they're not bribe.
If they're not bribes, why can't you say how much it was?
There is no bribe was given.
If you're given, kama mtu anapatiwa pesa ya chai, shika 10,000 enda mkunywe chai. There was this 10,000 that was given and it was clear, hii 10,000 ni yenu ya fare. Why is this other amount not being mentioned?
I won't. Let not discuss.
Okay, let me put something else in your mind. Let's look at this amount, right? So there's an amount of money that leaders who are in a different caliber from the 5,000 people who were given 10,000 shillings each, which equates to 50 million shillings, right? So by your own admission, you're not going to tell us what other leaders of a different caliber were given, but it was more than 10,000 shillings. And, you may be feeling a certain type of way because of the amount, because it sounds, Now, maybe we can put this into context. If we take 50 million shillings, right, today, which is what we have established is what was paid to 5,000 people, divided by 10,000 shillings each. The 300 shillings that is meant to be your monthly stipend for SHA, for example, it would pay the stipend on that one day. It would have paid, not the stipend, I beg your pardon, it would have paid the premium for 166,670 Kenyans on one day.
Talk about premium.
I'm just talking about the premium.
Talk about capitation. Kids are home.
Let's not even go to capitation. Let's talk about people who are sick looking for care. We had people in this room the other day who for some people will deliver on the road. Who for some people they take them to hospital and they ask them to go back and they say go and bring gloves. Latex gloves that in some places are free. And they say, go bring gloves. If that 50 million shillings was used, remember, what you told us, Njeri, is that this was not a bribe. This was not even that we're coming to deliver a road. It was going to State House to be told that certain things are going to happen. So how about we take that money and put it towards things that are on the ground that can happen today? 166,670.
Multiply that by the number of delegations that have gone there in this year alone.
Hang on, Gogi. 166,670 Kenyans would have received 1 month premium payment on that day with that amount of money. So I can understand if you feel a certain type of way by not wanting to say how much money now other leaders got. But do you see the conundrum that we are in?
Let me. I've just responded when we started this conversation. I said, and you brought the issue of the budget issue. And I wish, and I'm just saying, I wish I was a member of parliament in that house, either assembly, the National Assembly, or the Senate. The question I will ask where is this money coming from? There is no single member of parliament who have asked that in there.
So are you uncomfortable with that situation?
I'm very comfortable.
So why would you take the money?
Listen, I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable because when you are called, and it's something which is practical everywhere.
Yeah.
Even the journalists who are there, they were also given money.
They were given money.
Yes. So let us call a spade a spade. Nobody will go to State House. Nobody will go and see any leader in this country and will not be given anything. That is fact. It is there. And when we accept that, how we shall change that attitude from journalists, from these members of parliament, the MCAs, the governors, the president, and the senator. Another day, also my governor went to the my governor went to the State House. Was he going? Was he given something? We don't know. And when I say about the leaders, because when the other leaders were being given, I wasn't there, so I can't say how much they were given. But what I can put in record is that this tendency and application of money being given, to me, is very wrong. I do agree with that. But number two, it is a tendency of our people. During that meeting, when the president had finished his meeting, when addressing the congregation of the 5,000, where I was, now the people started asking, "Hakuna chai?" Then he laughed and said, "Okay, fine. Okay, you will not live here. I will also give you fare to go back home." So it's the issue of our people. It's like about the in our traffics. Dennis, you know very well in our traffic. Even before the police ask you what's the problem, immediately you will see a matatu driver giving the 50 shillings. And this is a tendency. I've also brought the issue of the same, that when he's having his meetings in his own his ward, even my ward, at the end of the day, as we finish, I will still end up giving something to these people, either as a fare, because I was expecting that day that those guys should be at work. And when they're at their work, they have come to see me, even if I'm coming to give them the agenda of the roads or the projects, which I'm intending to do, they will still ask me, fare yetu iko wapi? So you find there is a culture which we must change. And I admit, let us not take this voting of issues about the presidency, the governors, the senators. Let us take the voting that why should we receive this money, yet we want to be served? And that's the question which is all about. If we put that one, then it means everybody will be safe. There's nobody with honesty. Nobody is trustworthy in this country. Okay. From every person, on even the churches. You know, another day they were being given the brown envelope. It changed from brown, it came to white. So at what time do we think this is a bribe? And at what time do we think this person is my 6 foot? I have gone to see him. What is supposed to do? So Dennis, my request is very simple, and I want it to be categorically. The only time we can stop this nonsense of thinking it's either bribe or it's tea or it's fair is for us now to start that culture of saying we will go there and we refuse to go there. Majority of the people who didn't also go there is only because they didn't get the invitation. And if they could have gone the invitation, I'm not talking about the leaders, I'm talking about other people who could have gone there. So there is a tendency of Mulipata also give it to us. I got even some texts there. So I want us to change that narrative of you are going to be bribed. Yes, you are given, but is it a tendency whereby even Dennis, if you come, if for example, you say you want to do a certain show or any follow-up of something in my ward, the people will come to talk, and at the end of the day, tell you, there is that tendency. Is it a bribe or is it a tea or what is it?
Okay. There's an issue here. If there is money to give people chai, and there is the money for chai, and then there is this money that cannot be disclosed how much it is, but the figures are out in the open. If what Ndu was saying, if you calculate the amount of money in millions in one sitting that has been dished out to this particular delegation, and then you look at the cost of these roads that the president promised that by December is going to start working on this. If you look at these figures, is it within the rights of the people in your wards to question you as the MCAs and the other leaders went and say, look, if you're given money for this and you're going to demand for this road, if this road is not done, how are you going back to the same person who gave you these other monies that is still undisclosed and demand for the roads to be constructed?
And that is precisely, and that is what I was alluding to. Those are just shenanigans and bravado. These guys were never given an opportunity to say anything at State House.
You were not there.
They were not.
You were not there.
Get this we have friends there. They were not given an opportunity to speak. The president came and told them what he had in his mind. And then he gave them the money, the bribes, and they went home. They never spoke. They didn't have an opportunity to say anything.
What are these bribes
and I'm
for,
saying,
in your opinion?
let me say, I am as clear as day that this money is supposed to sweep the Muranga, the mountain people into a certain direction politically. And I can tell you that will not happen. And let me tell you, I have a financial background. I have a master's in financial economics. So I understand these things. You cannot run a country this way. And Mheshimiwa Chefman is a good friend of mine, and he's an honest man. But the route that we are descending to will cripple this country completely. The president is saying, I am not doing politics. I'm just calling here, you guys here, to inform you on what the government intends to do. The other day, he went and told the teachers that 20% of the housing, the buildings that are being constructed, will be given to them. At the cost of who? How many other interest groups are there in this country? The question, we are wasting a lot of time discussing maybe bribes or other things, while the fundamental issues, economic issues that bedevil this country, nobody is speaking about them. Look at housing. I'm paying for the housing levy. They are building houses, they are selling. The government is selling. The government should not be in the business of selling things, because that is more corruption. You know, President Ruto started off very well, but I think the clique that advises him told him that for this country to go forward, he needs to be a benevolent dictator, the way Lee Kuan Yew was in Singapore. He forgets Lee Kuan Yew did this in 1970. There were no phones, there were no computers. The population was docile. This is 2025. You saw what happened in Nepal. You saw what happened in Bangladesh. These kids are informed. People in Kenya are informed. You cannot run this country with a singular mindset. You have to listen to people. If people say they don't want housing, why would you shovel it in their throne?
All right, MCAs from Muranga, Goge and Njoroge are with us in the studio. We're having a conversation that is reflective of the rest of the nation. Stay on for another 30 minutes or so. Let's continue this conversation when we come back after the news. It's necessary for us to keep these out here. Some more questions and for more revelations as well. Let's do it after 9. It's 9 a.m. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga. 4 people have been admitted to Machakos Level 5 Hospital after being involved in a road accident at Sweet Waters on the Machakos-Kangundo Road last night. It's reported that the accident occurred after a 14-passenger matatu or a 14-seater matatu collided head-on with another one, causing it to lose control and roll several times, with 4 people on board being injured and taken to hospital for treatment. County PSB Chairman Stephen Mwema has called on the Traffic Department, especially in Machakos Town, to be held accountable for such incidences, saying that there's been an increase of them, especially on the Machakos Town, Tala and Kangundo Road. The Kenya Wildlife Service aims at turning government forests into tourist attractions. Speaking in Kitui, the agency's Director General Erastus Kanga says the move will create employment opportunities besides combating the encroachment of government land.
Now, 90% of those national reserves are dormant. So we are kicked away from moving around, talking to governors, so that we can be able to operationalize those national reserves. The operationalization will lead into the wider government agenda or the bottom-up transformation agenda. We are seeing that when we operationalize these reserves, we are going to create jobs for the youth, we are going to bring in livelihoods, and we are going to bring in income.
It is a move that Kitui Governor Julius Malombe has praised, saying it will resolve a long-standing conflict between communities bordering the park located on the border of Kitui and Tana River counties.
The government of Kitui and KWS is in line with a memorandum of understanding which we signed right here when the former Cabinet Secretary responsible for tourism and wildlife, Dr. Alfred Mutua, came for a country. So we agreed we will work together even in matters of
And KANU Secretary General George Wainaina has spoken out following his arrest last week in connection with the killing of lawyer Mbombo Kialo. The KANU SG has clarified that he has no involvement in the murder of lawyer Mbombo. Wainaina and two others who had been questioned in investigations into the killing of city lawyer Mbombo were released on Saturday night after being questioned. Sources indicated that investigations did not find evidence linking them to the murder. In a press statement, Wainaina confirmed that police had questioned him after CCTV footage showed him greeting the late lawyer at the parking lot of a hotel shortly after the incident. Kenya Seed Company Managing Director Sami Chepsiror has assured the nation that there is sufficient seed ready for the upcoming planting season. Speaking after visiting and inspecting seed farms in Trans Nzoia, Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu counties, Chepsiror said maize seed production has increased from 30 million kilos last year to 40 million kilos this year.
Tumetembelea wakulima wetu sehemu hii ya mpaka ya Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu na Elgeyo Marakwet. Tukiongea na wakulima, tukiona development ya chakula yetu katika nchi yetu, naangalia mbegu ambazo tulipeana kwa wakulima wetu mwaka jana inaendelea namna gani kwa mambo ya maendeleo ya nchi yetu, na tuone fertilizer ambayo ilipeanwa na serikali kama imepata mazao bora katika sehemu ya wakulima wetu. Na kama kampuni ya Kenya Seed Company tunahakikisha Wakenya kwamba kwanza tulikuwa na mbegu ya kutosha, because we are harvesting now. We are producing about 40 million kilos of maize seeds this year compared to 30 million of the same last year.
In addition, he said wheat seed production has tripled from 2 million kilos to 6 million, while sunflower seeds have reached 1.2 million kilos. Chepsiror noted that the increase will enable farmers to increase crops and ensure the nation has enough cooking oil without relying on imports from foreign countries. My apologies for that. And finally, on the international scene, the Democratic Republic of Congo began on Sunday a vaccine program against a fresh Ebola epidemic which has killed 28 people in the country since late August. The World Health Organization said the first load of 400 doses against the often fatal viral disease was handed out in the hotspot town of Bulape in the central Kasai province. The last outbreak of Ebola in the vast Central African nation was 3 years ago and killed 6 people. Its deadliest lasting from 2018 to 2020 left 2,300 dead out of 3,500 people known to have been infected. That's the News Wire. I'm Nyamweya Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. If you're on our live streams of YouTube, Facebook, and on X, we continue with members of the County Assembly from Muranga County, and we're having conversations around, wooing the mountain has seemed to go towards how much you can give or then promise. John Gugi Kibaya is the MCA Gatanga Ward, and also joined by Chefman Isaac Joroge, who is the MCA Kahumbu Ward. They joined us this morning, and before we went on the break, we were just looking into issues and saying, okay, fine. It would appear as though, or rather it doesn't appear at this point, what these meetings are for. If the meetings are a promise towards development in a particular area, if development had not taken place for the first 3 years, but mind you, even before that, we are seeing comments on socials where people are saying there's not a drop of water in a ward that is represented by Bwana Njoroge.
Yes.
There's no water.
There's no water.
That has not been a yesterday problem. This no water issue has been there for years. There are people who have grown up in the ward and have never opened a tap and seen water coming out of it. So it's not a 3-year-old problem. So the question is, in the moments when folks are called to State House or called to wherever they may be called from, what is that thing that is convincing people that it is this time? It's this time that's going to be different from any other, that there will be water, that there will be fixed roads that are dilapidated at the moment, that there will be, what are those other things that they said? The stadium will also be built. What is it that is different about this time that is different from any other? Bonanjaroge.
It's true what you have just heard, that why I'm saying this time is because, one, I was assisted with some pipes back in the month of May for my ward. Half of my ward now has water, and the other half has not even a drop of water. And that's why when I started saying that I was elected to represent my people, to legislate and oversight. Now, my interest is my people to get the service which they need. If I don't fight for them, if I don't risk my career to be able to get this, and this time I risked it, and I was shown and I was given the people to follow up the issue of Kandara water bulk, whereby by 2027 my people will not be having a problem with the water.
Okay, can I ask something?
Yes.
Just in terms of information, is it the president's job to give orders for people to do their job in order for the people of Muranga in certain wards to have water? Is it his job?
MSA, these have been, the way you have just said, it's not 3 years, it's an year time problem for long. Since 1963, when you got the independence, my ward has never got water.
Okay.
So, and we have been having elections and leadership.
Yes.
We had 5 previous presidents. And most of them, either they have never got a chance to see the president. And also the others who have got the chance, and even they were personal vendetta of the president, even during the campaign. Now the question comes, who represent this problem in this ward? Whenever I call them, I have made classrooms, I have made polytechnics, I have given this issue, we have project, we give the Kulima and all that stuff. But the question they always ask me, where is water Mweshimiwa?
My question is...
So, I understood your question.
Yeah.
So my question is, the question which you have asked, and this is what I'm trying to clarify, is that if my member of parliament cannot be able to give me an answer for the same, and here I have got a rare chance in being invited, forget about what we are going to get there. A rare chance to give in there. And in that meeting, all the stakeholders, the PS of water was there, the chairman of the water was there, the minister of water was there, the president himself was there. The question was now to me, as an elected leader, I represented personally, I'm talking about my personal information, I represented my case. That, remember, for you even to get a support, for you, for the 60 years we have been independent, that plus 3, and also as we celebrate the constitution, my ward doesn't have water. And I'm here to get an answer for the same. I don't need just to take a microphone and say for it. So when I was promised and I was given even to follow up, and that is Kandara water bulky, actually he knows, I'm having a meeting with him because of the committee of water. For what I'm saying today, he will be in record also. And even in future callers, he will be there because we are in the same committee. The issue of how will the Kandara bulk water, which will support Kegumo and Kandara water, them they have their own company of water, so I have no issues. So if I will achieve that my people get the water, I will be the happiest person, because that question you are saying online, they are telling you about the issue of the water.
Mr. Njoroge, my question is simple. Is it the president's job to ensure that there's water in Kahumbu ward?
I think as the eldest, as the president, he has all the responsibility to make sure that the water is there in Kahumbu. Because when you go to the Adi River, for example, there's a time I went to Adi Water, and I was told there's no budget for this, for water to Kahumbu. When I went to the minister, there's a time we went all the members of Muranga, leaders, to Ministry of Water. And when we asked them, they said that, okay, they will request the money, but at the end of the day, let's not hide ourselves. The president is the one who gives this issue of the budget. This put there, even in the county governments. The governor's interests are there.
Okay, beautiful. So, make the connection.
Yes.
You went to the member of parliament, no water.
Yes.
You went to the county water representation board.
Yes.
No water.
Yes.
Ministry of Water.
Yes.
No water.
Yes.
You went to the directors.
Yes.
No water.
Yes.
All of this festering problems going on.
Yes.
We don't have water. People don't have a drop of water. All of these people work under the president, and they've been tasked to do a particular thing.
Yeah.
Right? Whether they'll give you half, whether they'll give you a quarter, according to the budget that they have. This is their job. This is what they're supposed to do. All of those people have been unable to do it. What did they say the reasons are? No infrastructure, no money, no resources, right? Is that what they told you before? So then now you go to a meeting at State House to make the case before the president that, look, your people have not done 1, 2, 3 because they say there's no water. My question is, what magic will suddenly now happen because this case has been made known to the president? Will there suddenly be resources? Will there suddenly be somebody doing their job? Will there suddenly be enough in terms of infrastructure to get the water pipes flowing? What is this magic bullet that seems to only be able to be dispensed at State House that has not happened through this long chain of people who are paid a salary every month, who have resources at their behest to do their job and don't, that will suddenly happen at State House?
I believe I presented my case well about the issue of the Kaumbu water to the president himself. And I believe when he authorized and he told the chairman of the Water Adi, that is the current lady, the lady, I forgot her name, she gave me the reference to the people to follow up with the issue of this Kandara water, bulk water supply. And he has given me a direction and have an appointment on Wednesday this week to go and see them and know.
Did all of these things happen
already? They have given me
being at State House?
Already they have given me half of the pipes.
Did these things happen as a result of you being at State House?
Yes, because I represented my case and I was shown people to follow, because next time I will not see the president for another 6 or 7 months. Because unless, to see the president is another difficult thing. And since these guys have said the classes of the people you have just mentioned, I was not getting a solution. Then I knew, because I had got the information that, okay, we have not been budgeted for and blah, 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 whatever you have just said. So whom should I have asked the question? The hard question of my people, who even now they are asking about the issue of the water. So I asked the president personally, directly, and there is when I got an answer, and I was referred now to the 2 gentlemen with the project, and I was shown also the document. And I have a meeting on Wednesday.
And these things that you're talking about happened on this day at State House in that arena?
Just that arena.
Okay.
Yes. So to me, I can say that I represented by people who even now, despite whatever job, any effort I've done to my ward, the main agenda is the issue of the water. And I saw it as appropriate, despite also going to all those offices and I was not able to get the answers. I decided to go now personally. I wasn't to go, but I decided to go and see opportunity. And when opportunity comes, you hit it once.
I have a question to both of you, and I'll start this. I'll start with Ngogi. Let's go back to the county economic charters. So roads was in that charter. I want you both to correct me if I'm wrong. Housing, of course, wasn't there back then, or was it?
It was in the charter.
Housing?
Yeah.
Housing was in the charter?
It was in the charter.
What was the conversation around housing? Affordable housing?
It was supposed to be a fund of housing, but it was supposed to be a fund.
Okay.
And it was not supposed to be a
levy.
A levy. It was not supposed to be a tax.
Okay.
Yes.
Stadiums, was it part of the...
Stadiums were there.
Agriculture.
Water.
And water. So these 5 things were in the economic chart of Muranga when the president was doing tours in every county campaigning.
Yes.
So Njoroge says when he was going to State House, part of why he was going also is to seek answers to some of these issues, why they have not been addressed.
Yes.
And the question is, and I'll start with you, Njoroge then Ngugi, did you ask the president why for 3 years the things that he signed against the economic chart of Muranga, why all these things that you're saying he raised over the weekend have never been addressed? Did he give an answer?
I didn't question about those because already there were those people who had asked the same question as we are saying.
Did he address himself to the reasons why?
No, he didn't. We didn't ask about the reason.
Okay.
Right? I want to be very categorically. The question was, when are they starting and it's hurting our people?
So 3 years later, you're asking the same person who promised you they're going to fix these problems, and he is telling you, I'm going to do them by December 2025.
No. For example, what I've just said is good also to notice this.
Okay.
When you talk about the issue of the stadium and all the stuff, again, it comes beyond me as a county representative. But remember, water is a devolved function. And the reason which took me there is about what connects.
No. My question was.
I didn't ask that because the other members who are there asked the same.
No, not you directly. So my question was, these issues that were being discussed in State House over the weekend were the same issues that were there before the election, 2022. correct?
Yeah.
And the president didn't address the reasons why, for example, there's no water, why these issues of agriculture, avocado, macadamia, the issue of housing, the issue of roads. He never gave reasons why for these 3 years a lot of these issues have not been addressed.
He addressed,
but he promised that he's going to address them.
He
correct?
said, and I want to be very correct categorically.
Yes.
What he quoted about the same, that when he took power, there was no money, which has been a story all along. Okay. That one you know.
Okay.
Just let me finish. What he said the same, but he said the economy has stabilized and these things will be done. I'm talking about.
He said the economy now has stabilized.
He will do them.
He will do them.
And that's when we started the conversation. I said my timeline is up to December. If he doesn't get whatever he said, initially I didn't have a chance to question now the last man whom I thought will assist my problems of the same.
Okay.
So my last point is this: if he doesn't do as we agreed, then there's a question to ask. Because if I had gone to all the other departments, I started from Muranga office, I went all the way to the regional body, I went all the way to the ministry, and we were all of us. The governor was there, the ministers of water was there, the PS of water was there, irrigation was there, my member of parliament was there. We had all the conversation, and we got stuck somewhere. And then here we have got an opportunity to question to the last man who can resolve or give me a truth or a lie.
And he has said there's money now.
And he has said now there's money to be done. And he has given me the personnel to go and see on Thursday. Okay. So if you call me on Wednesday, if you call me on Thursday by the phone, ask, did you go to the meeting? What was the idea? What was said, or what was the discussion? I'll be able to give you a position. Currently, I have a way out to what my personal reason I was there.
Okay, let's cross to Ngugi. Do you believe this timing, because now money has been found? So the last 3 years there was no money because the president said there was no money in accounts and they took over power. So now that there is money, if he fixes the roads, he fixes the issues he's actually addressed himself to the issue of housing and promised 20% will go to the teachers anyway. Then let's talk about the stadium. Let's talk about agriculture. Let's talk about the issues of water. Will it make any difference?
That's hogwash.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'll do a rebuttal for what Mheshimiwa has said. Mheshimiwa is very spirited with the water issue in his ward. And I know a while back, during a meeting with the county women representative, he raised that issue. And he was given an opportunity, not like they went this time, to go to State House and see the president with a very small group of people. So he had an opportunity to discuss all those water issues with the president then. I think there were only 5 people in that delegation. So he had an opportunity to speak to the president. Yet, he spoke to the president, and for now, a year after, the president has not implemented his head of bargain. The president came to Muranga in May last year. He pronounced, it was a Muranga tour before the impeachment of Gachagua. He pronounced himself to all the things that he promised the people of Muranga during those meetings. In one such meeting in Donyucheka, Gatanga, he promised the people of Gatanga, because Gatanga, you know, that's where the Kaini Dam is, but folks are still water deficient. So he promised the people of Gatanga that they will get water very soon. Okay. Pipes were distributed, laid, but as we talk today, no water is flowing in those pipes.
Just for clarification purposes, the president came, said, we will do ABCD.
Yes.
Pipes were laid, the people went about and did what they were supposed to do.
Yes.
But water is not flowing through the taps a year later.
No, not yet.
Okay.
And I find it's very conflicting, because I know, like Mheshimiwa wants water in his ward. I know also you want other development to come to your ward. But let's be honest. The president is saying he has money now. Yet, there is no money for capitation for kids. They are saying that they are cleaning up the register of schools, because the previous disbursements to hospitals was erroneous because some hospitals got money and they were not supposed to get because they were closed. And I'm asking myself, this country, it has come of age. We even have a digital center, a Taranta center, where there are young boys and kids who are very knowledgeable about IT. They can even help the government to map those schools in the whole country through the GIS, like the GIS program that we are implementing in Muranga. The reason why they are saying that they are cleaning up the register is because they are not liquid. As we speak today, we have not gotten the disbursement for August. The county government has not gotten the disbursement for August. So, all those things that the president is telling you, Mheshimiwa, it's a bunch of crap.
Oh, okay. I want
Nothing will happen. It's like, let's say the problem, see where the magic would happen. That is the
Let me respond to that.
No, let me finish. I gave you opportunity to finish. I am saying all this meeting that you're seeing in State House is to curb the popularity of Rigathi Gachagua.
You think so?
I am 100% sure.
So the people are not behind you going to State House? Is that what you're saying?
The
you represent people at your ward.
Yes.
So what are the people in your ward telling you? Is it okay not to go? Is it okay to go?
They told me categorically not to go. I told you I was in a barrio in a village called Gathangari on Thursday. And I told them that the president had invited us to State House. Categorically, they said, don't go. The people of Muranga, the people of Mount Kenya, they have completely divorced with this government.
I have a question for you. How long has the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, been in government?
He was in government for 1 year.
No, 2.
1 year.
So, when Rigathi Gachagua was in government, these issues, because he signed this charter together with President Ruto.
Yes.
During their campaigns, they crisscrossed the country signing these charters.
Yes.
They signed one with Muranga.
Yes.
Did you ever find out, because there's this push to go and meet the president so that there's a lot of these things that that you all agreed and signed that is going to construct roads, fix the issue of agriculture, water, housing, the stadium and all that.
Yes.
Where is Rigathi Gachagua in this conversation? Besides now being the former deputy president, now campaigning against the president.
You know why Rigathi Gachagua left the government? That was a point of exit.
Why?
That the things that they had agreed with the president, he was not doing them. Instead, he was going to increase taxes to our people. You remember the meeting that our deputy president had with the avocado farmers in Karen? It brought a lot of issues to him from the president. Because the president was asking him, you want us to do all these things, and we need money. So we are taxing people a little bit more to get money. And Rigathi was opposed to that. He was saying, let's get everybody in the bracket who can pay, put them in the bracket, before we go for the avocado farmers in the villages. That was the point of exit by the deputy president.
That being understood, Koge, and I think that if we look at how things have been playing out, Njeri, that perhaps we're going to the wrong source for issues to be solved. And I want to come back to the water because it's important. The water in Muranga County is just as representative as infrastructure in Laikipia, as ECD schools in Laikipia. It represents the same thing for roads in Ukambani or stadium in Stadia in Ukambani. It represents the same thing. When we look at the setup of government, there are certain things and certain people who are supposed to do certain things. So let's look at water, shall we? The responsibility of the provision of water and sanitation, delivery of water and sanitation services is the responsibility of county governments. It is not the executive. The executive national government is supposed to make sure and manage Now, this management is not at the office of the president. This management is at the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. The ministry under that has a Department of Water Services. All of these individuals, engineers, all your wash people, all of them sit with the ministry, and that they come into contact with many times non-governmental organizations for the management of water. Now, it might look like a long-winded way of saying that there was no need to go to State House to have a conversation with the president about this. That there is a long chain of people who are tasked with the responsibility of doing this thing. And if you see, by your own admission, the president only told you to go back to those people to do what it is that they were supposed to do. It didn't need 5,000 people traipsing to State House. Did it?
Let me respond in a very unique manner, if you allow me. Water is a default function. And not only water, also agriculture and other stuff. But we, as counties, we have only been devolved the functions without the funds. We depend the funds from the national government. And this is an area whereby, my friend, we all agree with him, that we must fight for devolved functions with fully funding. When you devolve water to the counties, and yet you cannot build an intake of water, then even as much we do the piping to our people, like now we have a community project based about issue of the last mile water piping. And the same way they're saying there's no water. On the other hand, the county government is not allowed to build an intake to these pipes because it is not in their mandate. It's under the ministry. Now that is where I come in place saying that, look, the constitution says that the government shall provide sufficient enough water. That is Article 42, D and E, I think so. Now the question starts where? Where do I represent my people to get this, what is entrenched in the constitution? Have I followed all the steps, what we have asked? Have I gone to the Muranga County Water Department? Have they referred me to somewhere? So all those areas you have mentioned have gone to the extent of now one person was remaining, and is the president, whom himself, he showed me the person to follow it on Wednesday, whom I will follow it because I am doing the representative, because my biggest problem with my people is water. In his area, he has no problem as such of issue of the water, although they were given, I think he needs also to follow about the issue of the 3.3 billion, which was promised by the president during the visit at Gatanga. Now in Kahumbu, we are not near the mountain. We don't have the water. My people every day say, please give us water. Now it's my responsibility, as I have the representative elected, to knock each and every office. Even here, Dennis, I will ask you, do you have an NGO which can assist me to get water? This is my responsibility. And if the Article 42 of the Constitution says about issue of the water, the main problem whereby counties are becoming, let me use this word, the slaves of the national government, is because the default functions have been done, but there are no funds on that. Come over to the health. Another day we have been told that all the dispensary will be given, county should give free medicine. Yet, we have not been given the money, allocation of money in our county. So our hospitals, we stand, they are running without medicine, and here we are supposed to give the issue of the medicine. Now, the question is, who will question the president directly? Sometimes the president needs a person not to fear. And another final thing is that, remember all these people you have mentioned are an appointee of the government, of the president. Come about the waziri. He's appointed and then vetted by the parliament. Come to the chairman of the boards of this water or whatever you're saying. They are appointee of the president. Then they are vetted by the assembly. And that's why I said from the start that the people who have letted this country down are the members of parliament and the senators, because they are duty to do that. They are making even life difficult to us who are in the county government, because we are not getting the funds. And I said earlier on, nobody has taken either motion to the assembly as a member of parliament, be whoever you're supporting the government or you're opposing the government. And that's why we are having a struggle with that. The only thing we are doing, and I can say, Gachagua, the deputy president, he's doing a good job because he's keeping the government on toes. But who are these members? The members of parliament who are following him, the senators who are following him, the senators and the members of parliament who are following the president. Why are they not doing their duty of representation, legislation and motion? For example, this money which we have been discussing about being given at State House, where is he getting the money? We have the agencies of the government. Who is this member of parliament has not taken these issues to the National Assembly? I wish he was there. I was there in the assembly. Perhaps I could have asked. And that's why I asked. Remember, there is a portion, whatever the money is getting, whatever it is getting, even if it's being given without using the budget, then it's wrong.
But why would you ask now? Where is he getting this money from?
No, I've been asking.
But in State House, when he was giving you guys the money, you never asked him, by the way, this money you're giving us, where is it coming from?
Listen, and I started categorically saying that we have we all leaders and even the Wanjiko. Remember, even the teachers were there. I have said even the journalists who were there, they were given. Because I have friends of the
So
journalists.
it makes it right that others were given? So
No, I'm saying, wherever you have been caught, you see, my purpose going there was only one. And I think even you were seeing in the comments is the issue about the water. He has said that there's a time I was there. Yes, the member of parliament, that is my woman rep, Betty, she came to my village when she was doing her own empowerment. Remember, that is another one of the votes. So she had all the right to come, talk to his people, tell whatever he wants to tell them, give whatever he wants to give. But in the presence of the people, I challenged him about these issues. And that's why he told me, will you go and tell the president the same? Then he asked the people, can he go to see the people? He asked the mandate through the people, which is within the record. Then, when I took the mic, I asked the people, do you want me to go to the State House? The people said, yes, if at all you go with this agenda. And I went to the State House, and there I presented my case, the issue of electricity, the issue of the water, and the issue of the employment of the youth. I can say in that meeting, I was given pipes for 5 kilometers of water, which currently my people are
from that State House meeting?
Yes.
Do you see a fundamental problem? For 3 years since this administration took over leadership, you've struggled in your ward to get these things done. As you've said, you've knocked on so many doors trying to get this issue of water sorted. And suddenly, on one weekend, you have a meeting with the president in State House, and suddenly all these issues are actually being resolved. Do you see a fundamental issue with that?
That's why I say
that it takes one man to just say, direct you, like you've been directed, go speak to so-and-so, go speak to so-and-so, and suddenly things seems to be working. Do you see a problem with that?
There's a problem with that, because I'm also struggling, wasting a lot of time pushing all these doors. If at all somebody has been appointed and he does his work rightly, I have no any reason whatsoever, Bona Dennis, to go and give an excuse to my people that I'm still waiting for the national government to bring this water. They are not ready for that. They are ready to go and ask for that. I'm lucky to say that in that meeting, I even told the president himself that I have 5 youths, and lucky they were there. There are 5 youths in my ward. Getting an employment is a very difficult thing, and I'm happy.
So you promised employment for them.
They were even employed. They were teachers. And they are teachers.
Right on the spot, they were employed.
No, they were referred to the TSCs with their documentation.
Yes.
And they got
those are only 5 that you took from your ward.
Yes, I was asked.
And they're going to get jobs.
Actually, as we speak, they are work a job. As we speak.
And I still ask, you don't see a fundamental problem with that?
I can see it. And it is there in the whole setup. But my question is, again, I'm asking to you, should I sit down? As much as a fundamental, I'm not getting answer from these offices. What should I do for the people who elected me? I have a contract with them. There's a promise I gave them that I will be able to deal with their problems, and I will not fear to knock each and every door. So there's no law. There's no way I've broken my law by representing my people. Starting from, I follow the procedure.
Fair enough.
To the extent of that, if I thought my people will get a solution by him, and that's why now today I'm a very proud man by saying this. If by December I don't get these things sorted out, what he has promised.
You said to call a press conference.
I did call a press conference.
Okay, Ngugi, you didn't go to State House.
Yes.
Do you have issues in your ward?
Yes, I have a lot of issues. And I can tell Mheshimiwa. So he got it. What happens to the 1,400 other MCAs?
And that's what I want to ask you. What happens to you?
Will they have that opportunity to go to the president and request for those things? And I started by saying this is a cycle that we can sustain. Because this is a cycle of hoodwinking people. This is a president who is behaving like he's alpha and omega in this country. He is working by himself. That is why he is able to direct a certain person to do a favor for Mheshimiwa. So how many other MCAs, how many other MPs have issues such as his that they can get access to him? A country cannot be run like that. There is a budget. There is a plan. We used to call it the plan. Where did the plan go? Where did our manifesto go? Why are we doing things that we never put in contract with the people? We were given this mandate by the people. Yet we have completely deviated from the contract. We said we'll do a fund for housing. Now they are levying people money from their pay slips. I don't need a house. I have a mortgage. I'm paying a mortgage as we speak. Why do I have to pay the 7,000 shillings per month for every? Most of those teachers that he was promising the 20% houses, they have houses. What happens to those people who are not employed? Those guys who cannot be able to charge 3,000 per month. So this country is fundamentally broken, and we have to fix it. And I know that opportunity will come because I know the deputy president and other like-minded people have conglomerated, and they have agreed that they will give us one person to remove the president from power so that this country can change. And that is why we are saying we will not talk so much about the agenda, because there is no agenda without removing this president.
If I allow to just
before, okay, fine, go ahead.
A second respond. And this I want to be record. So you have said that how many people will go and meet the president if this is the scenario. Personally, as I said, I've never tried to book an appointment with the president. It's only the queries which I've been raising in my forums, either in other show radios and also in the issues of the newspapers. They are there all along. I've been raising these issues. And when I got the opportunity...
Well, I think you've made that very clear.
So that way he's saying, I'm just categorizing what he's saying. When the others, I think we had a chance with MCAs to go and question that one if David doesn't want to take whatever he would be given. That was the right forum to ask this question. Remember, the question is asking. They are addressed directly to the National Assembly and to the County Assembly. When did we change the levy fund to levy? Okay. Those cannot be addressed by him or me in the County Assembly. It's supposed to be the national government.
Okay, can I ask you a question on that? Yeah. So you are members of the County Assembly. The County Assembly is essentially seconded to the county, right? You, right now, as a county, have one of the best performing governors in the country. Irungo Kangata has made things work in the county. This is not political, this is fact. And we have a health service that works even when the rest of it is falling apart. Children are going to school, things are happening. Why would you not take this issue to the governor? Remember that the provision of water and sanitation, please understand, I'm like a dog with a bone here, because this is a representative issue. Why would you not go to Kangata and say, this thing that you are supposed to be providing as the county government, forget about the office of the president, forget about the national government through the ministry where we see the management of water. Why wouldn't you go to Kangata? For some reason, he's been able to get other things working, right? And this is a ward issue under the county government. Did you ever go to him?
Yes.
What did he say?
And the record. And actually he's the one who referred me to the chairman of the ADI. That was last year, October. And I told me, now look, he called even the guy in front of me in his office. Because as I had said, I went through all the process to the last point. And you know this country, most of the time is held hostage by so many people. Okay. So many people hold this country hostage. So I went to the governor to look, I have a problem with the water. And my governor is so passionate with the issue of the Kaumbu getting water. And he assisted me so much, even the drilling borehole. Another one which was drilled at Bogoinde Primary School. When we entered when we were sworn in immediately, the first issue of the water, because of his passion in my ward, he came and drilled a borehole, which he's asserted for that. When I told him about now the issue of the bulk water for Kahumbu, he told me, look, I have so many things to do. Kindly please follow up with the chairman of AVI, Mr. Karondo, by then. And I started the process with Mr. Karondo. When the Karondo then told me, look, there is an issue of the water issue with the system in Muranga County. Then it took a process whereby we have the issue of Katanga water, where they're supposed to get 3.3 billion. We were to look our funding model for the Kegumo ward, which is supposed to bring water up to Kahumbu. We had, then there was a meeting which was called for all of us. The governor was there, the member of parliament was there, the minister of water was there, as I had explained earlier on. And then it stuck that they had no funds for that. Now, when we were told there were no funds, immediately, even where is Gatanga water, where we were sometimes back, of 3.3 billion which were issued, I can't sit down as an elected member and stop there. I now started talking with Adi because the governor does introduce, and I even up to date, I always update my governor so far where I've gone and what is happening. And even he's in record in our budget because the issue of Kahumbu having a problem with water is a place called Kenyona. And in our budget, we had passed 20 million to stop that nonsense which were there so that water can be able to reach in Kahumbu. So it's not that we have not followed. It's not that I've not gone everywhere. But during the ministerial problem, when I saw, when you are seated, all of you guys, and you see there is a problem, the person who feels the pinch is me when the whole entire ward doesn't have the water.
My issue, and I think the issue of many, which I was hoping that by now that you would have been able to see, is that it is not a visit to State House that miraculously opens funds, which you have stated not once, not twice, not even thrice since 8 o'clock, that the problem why this has not happened is because there was lack of resources. That if we don't see a problem, that by a visit to State House, suddenly these resources have been unlocked. Zoom out, as my brother here says often. Look at the bigger picture here. That is why it looks like it's a campaign promise. Remember what we started out with? That it's a wooing the region with these answers that are being given today. If we can't look at this from a larger perspective and ask questions about, so what if I can't make it to State House and I have an ECD school in Laikipia that needs to be built? What if I cannot make it to State House and the drip irrigation that should reach farms in Ukambani that would then help our fruit trees to grow, that will help us to take food from farm to market? Who is going to help me there? What if time runs out and these visits to State House do not reach certain counties? Are you seeing the bigger picture here? That if we have to depend on a visit to the house on a hill for development agenda to kick in the country, we have a bigger problem. And that the members of the county assembly should not be dealing about water issues, but we should be dealing about a governance issue from the get-go. I don't know if this makes any sense.
Let me react for that for a second. As I said, we have devolved functions. Every member has its own role. The county assembly has its own role. National government has its own roles. The reason why you're asking for the State House to give those kind of directions, to me, as I said, and I will stand it for now and ever, if at all I will go and knock somebody's door and I get that promise I promised, and we have a big problem and he knows it,
then you wouldn't have gone to State House.
Listen,
listen. Sorry, no.
I'm saying
if you had
the problem.
If you had gone to Mr. What did you call his name?
Karondo.
Mr. Karondo's office.
Yes, I went there.
And at that time, Mr. Karondo had helped you.
He referred to me to the ministry.
No. I'm saying let's now play.
Okay.
Let's play a game. Okay.
Yeah.
If you had gone to Mr. Karondo's office and he had said, you know what, we have seen the problem. Yes, everything is okay. Piped water, 3 weeks, 4 weeks maximum. Put on the tap, water is running. You would not have gone to State House this past weekend?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
You would not have gone.
Yes.
So that issue would have been sorted out. Okay.
Yeah.
Joroge? Goge, sorry.
You see, it's very interesting that we cannot be able to see the deceit in all this. I started by alluding that my colleague here had visited State House, had gotten the privilege of going to State House to enumerate the issues that he has in his ward. The president came for the Muranga tour in May of last year. He referred to the charter of all the things that we had agreed with the people. He had agreed with the people of Muranga. Last week, before they had a meeting, a delegation of the members of Assembly and some other leaders went to the president from Muranga. And now, the ultimate meeting that happened last week. And in all those meetings, there is one common thing ringing, that I will. I will. Now we have money. We will do it in December. And I'm asking myself, can't you read through that and see there is something that is not right?
How do you get problem solved, Goge?
You see, like in Muranga, we are very pragmatic. We don't when we do our budget, I'm the chair of finance. When we do our budget, we do public participation.
We actually happen to know that there are processes called KIPES.
Yes.
The county.
Yeah, county investment parks.
Yeah. But, and apart from that, there are the CIDPs.
Yes.
Which are the county integrated development
and the
plans. You have plans.
Yes.
For every county,
yes.
these plans are made whereby there's public participation,
yes.
invested groups come in and they say, actually, this is what we think we should do.
Yes.
Others think this is not how we think we should spend our money. These CIDPs, for KIPES and such things, actually happen. They happen. People, human beings, blood thumping, go sit, have meetings
yes.
where things are planned
yes.
and money is budgeted.
Yeah, exactly.
These things are going to be done.
And one of the reasons...
my question is then, why is there a need to go outside of these plans to ask for intervention for these things to happen? The individuals that we speak about, Mr. Karondo, I am sure that he was at the CIDP forum. People like that attend these forums.
Yes.
The water services people attend these forums. There's somebody from Treasury at these forums.
Yes.
At these forums, there are people in the infrastructure, people from the Ministry of Lands attend these forums. They all attend. I am right. All right.
You know...
Sorry, follow me here.
Yes.
So, because where we started from is to Kenyans disabuse them of the notion that there is still one almighty person who needs to say yes for development to occur when you've spent time, you've spent money and other resources to have this plan. The thing is this thick. The CIDPs are this thick by the time you've finished with them, which everybody attends. So why give Kenyans the thinking that all we then need to do is, again, go to the president and ask him to go and tell people to do the job that they're supposed to be doing every day, for which resources were spent. For days on end, you hold up in a hotel somewhere and came up with these plans. So then why still go and ask somebody for permission for the release of resources for things that you planned to do?
One of the reasons why Muranga is shining is because the governor does not interfere with the executive or the accounting officers that he has appointed to work for him. They follow the budget, and we don't deviate from the budget. We rarely do deviate from the budget. If you are a contractor and you work in Muranga, case in point, the last financial year, the county government actually was calling contractors to bring invoices so that they can get paid. Our budget absorption rate was at 95%. The issue here
is not that development.
Yes.
Okay, that's where you're going?
Yes.
All right.
The issue is not that the president is not aware. The president is a seasoned politician. He has been through that house. I think he was in the house for 15 years. He knows the budget-making process. You know, they bring the budget to the assembly, or to the National Assembly, and they pass the budget for them. So they know. He knows the process. The problem is that if you look at the budget for the presidency this year, I think it was increased by 80%. Then there is this money, I can't remember the word, but it's something vote. It's a private fund that they have in the Internal Security Ministry. That is the money that they are using to bribe people. And I can tell you that if there was money to do the roads, the president would have done the roads. Because I don't see a politician who will refuse to give people development intentionally, because that will not give him any popularity or any marriage with the people. So I can tell you, as somebody with a financial background, the routing that is happening in this country is supposed to be a bandage. Those economic empowerment that you're seeing all over the country, the mission to State House, that is a bandage. Living on hope that tomorrow will be a better day. Hoping that if you give people hope so many times, it will ring in their heads. It won't. he is digging a deeper hole for himself and also for the Kenyans. Because the 50 million or the 100 million that was spent the other day, that money is enough to bring water to Kahumbu. If during his visit to the president, he was given that 50 million, there will be no water issue in Kahumbu. We are now a consumer economy. That the biggest thing the president can think about is to give people 10,000 and send the members of parliament to give people beans and a pack of unga. I really pity. I cry for my country. You cannot run a country like this.
I mean, Njoroge, do you believe this is politically motivated, these invitations?
Well, yes, I can say it is. As I said, I'm a very independent person in thinking and deciding, taking a decision. Yes, it is. And this is a culture which is within our politicians and also our voters. Let us agree. Let us not take one-sided. Because these people, when they are called, as we are saying, others will not go, others will go. But if the opportunity, especially for the Wanjiko, everyone is given, he will go there.
So if the people of Muranga, and who are not leaders necessarily, if they are told you are welcome to come to State House, you believe they will actually go?
If it is in the record, our leader, that is Honorable Gachagua, saying, go, get, come back. It is there. So when they are getting, is it a bribe or not a bribe? That's another question we need to ask ourselves. Two, when the leaders are gone there, like I myself, I went there for a certain agenda, not be bribed, because I don't need a bribe. And I've told you the process which I've gone through with only one agenda about the issue of the water. And then when I'm living there, is it a bribe which I'll be given? Whereas I know very clearly I've achieved my agenda there. And that comes to the issue.
You don't think the money that you are given and the other leaders were given is meant to buy your loyalty in any way,
no,
or it's political in any way?
No.
It's to appreciate you?
For example, whatever I was given, perhaps you don't know what I've done with it. I've just told him just like now. There's a person who is waiting for a seat, walking this wheelchair. And I've just told him when we are entering here, after this show, I'm going to buy that chair and I want to take to a person there.
From the money you were given
exactly.
at State House.
Because I don't need just to eat it, because that person, at the moment, he's suffering there. And I will make sure that once I give you the chair, I'll also forward you the picture.
And you don't think that money is to buy your loyalty?
No, it's not buying loyalty, because I had
it's to appreciate you?
No, forget whatever is there. Mine was an agenda which I delivered, and I've given them.
No, we're finished with the agenda,
yeah.
Because you've talked about it enough times. I'm just asking, this money that was then given, was it to appreciate you for your time? For
I may say perhaps for the time. That's what I can just say. Perhaps when the people of overall, when he asked, okay, now we are finished, then the people themselves, not even the president himself. And this is what was happened there. Even you go to his Facebook, you can see. Said, okay, so everything is, now we are finished, people will go home. People asked for fare. The people themselves. As much as they know they are in State House, now today again he'll go. And then he said, okay, fine, you guys, you came, you voted for me, you campaigned for me. Okay, I'll make sure that you get something. After the people had said, and that is all across all leaders, even him, whenever he goes to his machinani. Now that's why I was saying that we need to categorize when the bribe is and when it's not the bribe. And what was the agenda? If you ask me, personally, our manifesto, which we made, and the flagship of our governor, which we really love him, and he has stayed on track of the same, is that why Muranga is becoming a benchmarking to others is because of believing with the institution working. As he has said, accounts about the legislation, we are doing our own work. The question, the same should apply with the national government. Remember, the governor cannot sack a chief officer. He can only replace him or give him other duties. But the president can sack a PS, can sack a minister. So you can see the law, how it is, what is happening. It's very unfortunate that after 63 years of independence and celebrating the 15 years of our new constitution, we still have those gaps of issue of who is to delegate and what to do. And I said, the problem is about the issue of being appointed and you can be fired. If we can have independent institution, because this country is failing because of independence of institution, you are struggling so hard. Even you yourself sometimes, Dennis, you struggle so hard to get information. Come even to Muranga County before you first there's a procedure of getting the information. But when you come to the legislation house, it's an open forum. When we're having all those inquiries or questioning about the audit queries and all that stuff, it's an open. But
I don't know your political persuasion, but let me just, and this will be my last question.
Yeah.
You represent people in awards.
Yes.
Ngugi, same thing. He said he asked people where they should go. His people said no. Your people are okay with you going.
Yeah.
I don't know, unajua, they normally say MCAs ndio wako kwa ground.
Yes.
You know the pulse of you. Are the people from your ward with the president? Currently?
No, let me put this clearly.
Yes.
Why did I go to the State
No. You've told us why you went.
My people.
My question is very direct. The pulse of what's happening kwa ground are the people with the president. Or not? It's a yes or no?
No, I can say, let me put this straight, because we have also, even now, we have people who are believing in KANU up to now. Up to now, in my
this particular question, are they with the president?
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
So do you think if this development, because you said you are timing him, by December, if he doesn't fulfill these promises, you'll do a president? Let's assume he does. Do you think it will sway the people's opinion about him?
To me, I will say I will not speak on the side, because as he said, we always call public participation in everything. If he does this, he will have fulfilled my manifesto also.
You represent people.
No, I'm saying he will fulfill my manifesto.
Yes.
We have 6 votes. The question will be each and every, and this is the problem with all Kenyans, and the problem with us, understanding the constitution and the election of the 6 votes. Each and every vote has its own mandate and its work. And until we are able to get that correctly, that, remember, they will not vote me as a president. I cannot tell them to vote who to be the president, but I can convince them to vote me as an MCA. And they can vote me either with a party or independent, or even I can say I will not vie. So what is very important is that if at all Kenyans can follow the institution's way and implement that, and if at all every vote elected is doing its work, and the executive, either the county or the national government, make sure that the institutions work, there is no need of going to State House. If all the institution works and you get a solution from those people appointed in the government, nobody will go there. Then it comes back to the bottom of the line. Why are we having this kind of all these synergies and problems? There are 2 institutions which are not working correctly. And I had said, if these constitutions bodies work correctly, that is the National Assembly, the National Assembly House, and the senators, then whatever we are expressing now, the issue of the question about the money, issue of why I should miss development, it will not be there. We will not even be sitting here to talk about the issue why you went to State House.
All right.
We will be sitting here discussing about what projects have you done in your ward. But now remember, I had a mandate with my people, what I promised them. And it's my responsibility to knock governor's office, to knock everyone, and until when it will come with that person. Now, I will take a blame, not to the other institution. Squarely, I will blame the person who, in my face, promised me that I'll get that issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Final words, Mr. Ngoge?
Let me start by thanking you guys for inviting us to the show. And also the topic for the day. You seem like you are people who are interested in the affairs of your country, of what is happening in your country. I can say without fear of contradiction that those visits that you are seeing in State House are nothing but an attempt to bribe the people of this country so that they can attempt to sway them in a certain direction politically. I can also attest that will not carry out. That will not happen. The people of Kenya are intelligent. They can see it. They can see what the president and his cohorts are doing. The people of Mount Kenya have made a decision that the person that is running this country now is not the person that they elected. They have made a decision that Rigathi Gachagua is now their leader, and whatever direction that Rigathi Gachagua will give to the people of Mount Kenya, they will follow suit. I cry for my country because of what is happening. There's siphoning of resources. Just the other day, the president talking about corrupting our independent bodies was talking about forming a committee with AACC, the police, the DCI, to work on corruption. I dare say that is not his mandate. There are institutions that have been created in this country to do that work. He should empower them. The president, we will give him space for the next 2 years to finish his term. Then we will remove him peacefully through the ballot, and we will install somebody else. And Dennis and the crew, we are doing wonderful things in Muranga. We have we had an investment conference where we're inviting investors to come and invest in a land that we were given by Del Monte, 1,400 acres. It will be an industrial park. We have decided that. And there is a lot of things that you can invest in there. So if you have investors who you think, bring them to Muranga.
And there's your stint. Thank you both of you for being here with us this morning as we round out the show. John Gugi Kibaya is the member of the County Assembly for Gatanga Ward, and Chairman Isaac Joroge, member of County Assembly for Kahumbo Ward. Your final shot was your final shot, man. Thank you so much for being here, both of you. Thank you. We'll continue these conversations as we can. At 2 minutes past 10, thanks for starting off the Situation Room with us this morning, this week of the 15th of September. It's 2 past 10. Good morning.
Thank you. This conversation will continue.
No, I will come back.
It will not end. No.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. Former Chief Justice and presidential candidate David Muranga has said that if elected president, he'll lead the fight against corruption to the